Race one underway here at the CGS Regatta. A light drizzle just passing over Yarramundi Reach at the moment in Western Park. Making things a little bit interesting. That is expected to clear up a little bit later on. A little bit of wind coming through a little bit later on as well. In lane one for the first race, it is the men's A and B grade coxed and coxless quad sculls. All the entrants are coxed. In lane one from Radford College, 3 Oliver Fox, Hunter Jolly, Jake Schumann Rogers, Hamish Roberts and Heath Shaw as the cox. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, the 2 crew of Felix Brighton Knight, Joseph Wigham, David Gozier, William Robson, Eva Newham, coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polly Channon. In lane 3, Radford College 2, Harrison Lonsdale, Christopher Bush, Campbell Kruger, Charlie Stewart and coxed by Izzy Farris. In lane 4 from Marist College, the number 2 crew of Nicholas and William Davies, Kai Martin, Bryn Hart and Tom Penrose as the cox. Lane 5, Marist College 1, Jack Miller, Riley Chifley, Alex and Harvey Elwood, coxed by Fletcher Fifields. In lane 6, Radford College 1, Ethan Toscan, Angus Walker, Sam Roberts, William Gregory and coxed by Ben Heatley. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, the 1 crew of Lachlan Kirkpatrick, Lachlan Byron, Nicholas Fitzgerald, Jack Gardner and coxed by Lily Feeks, coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polly Channon. And as the competitors head past Western Park, it does look to be the Radford College 1 crew in lane 6 and the Radford College 2 crew in lane 3 that are out in the lead at the moment. That Radford College 1 crew are winners at the last 2 regattas and also second in the schoolboy Cox Quad at Isra at the end of last year. So some solid form behind them. Funnily enough, the Radford 2 crew finished 4th at Isra and the Radford 3 crew finished 6th in the A finals. And it is at the moment Radford 1 in the leads. They're a couple of boat length ahead of the Canberra Grammar 1 crew over in lane 1. That Canberra Grammar 1 crew was second at the CGS Regatta at the end of last year. So as they head up with about 250 metres to go, it is the Radford 1 crew in lane 6. They're in the leads. They're followed up by the Canberra Grammar 1 crew over in lane 7. Battle for third between the two Radford crews. Radford 3 just slightly ahead of Radford 2, followed up by Marist College 1, Marist College and Marist College 2 with the Canberra Grammar 2 crew in 7th at the moment. But it does look to be the Radford College 1 crew. They've opened up a boat 1.5 lengths over the Canberra Grammar 1 crew, and it does look like they are going to win their third consecutive men's AB Coxless Quad race for the regatta season. It is Radford 1 with the win. Ethan Toscan, Angus Walker, Sam Roberts, William Gregory, coxed by Ben Heatley. They've taken the win ahead of Canberra Grammar 1, Lachlan Kirkpatrick, Lachlan Byron, Nicholas Fitzgerald, Jax Gardner, coxed by Lily Feeks and coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polly-Channon. And for third, I would just say the Radford 3 crew, Oliver Fox, Hunter Jolly, Jake Schumann, Rogers, Hamish Robertson, Heath Shaw, just over the Radford 2 crew. Coming in fourth in lane 5, it was Marist College 1. And then in for final placings, Canberra Grammar 2, just ahead of Marist College 2. So a win there for Radford College 1, just ahead of Canberra Grammar 1 crew, with what looked to be the Radford College 3 crew in third. Race number 2 is underway as well. It is the women's AB Coxless Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Radford College, Cara Martin, Bridget Kelleher Cole, Molly Lilly, Ellen Mihailovic, and coxed by Mackenzie Jolly. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond, and Madeline Vag, coxed by Orlando Throsby and coached by Sarah Cook. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Amelia Farrell, Alice Collins, Abigail Merkel, Addie Kerr-Lewis, Georgia Gathercole as the cox. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, it's the 2 crew of Sammy Wilson, Paloma Blythe, Alice Newnham, Tilly Klein and Eloise Brown as the cox. And in lane 7, off a 12-second handicap, the Coxless Quad from ANU, Charlotte Ryan, Sarah Tynan, Catherine Kahn, Eloise Lambden, coached by Nigel Harding, Nick Hunter and Edwin Bean. And as race number 2 heads past Western Park, it does look to be the Canberra Grammar crew of Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond and Madeline Vag, coxed by Orlando Throsby, that are leading. They were the winners at the CGS Regatta at the end of last year, and in the first regatta finished second only to ANU. So they've got a good run at the moment. They're about a boat length ahead of the ANU crew, who are really coming up the outside quite strongly. So it is going to be an interesting finish between the two of them there. Footage today is available via the regatta page, that is via the guys from the CGS Code Cadets. You'll see the drone footage starting up now, and also a couple of cameras around the place. So we thank them for their efforts in covering the Rowing ACT regattas, and also to the parents from Canberra Grammar School that are helping organise and run the regatta today. So with 250 metres to go, it is still Canberra Grammar School that are holding on ahead of ANU. ANU really starting to up the stroke rate at the moment to try and see if they can run down this CGS crew. Sitting in third at the moment is the Radford College crew, followed up by the girls from Canberra Grammar. 250 metres to go. It is still just CGS. They're probably about half a boat length now ahead of the ANU crew over in lane 7. And just managing to hold on to that margin at the moment. So it does look like it is going to be CGS with the final powerful few strokes towards the end there. With the boat length ahead, it is going to be Canberra Grammar as the winners of the women's AB Coxless Quad Scull. Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond, Madeline Vagg, coxed by Orlando Throsby and coached by Sarah Cook. In second, it is ANU, Charlotte Ryan, Sarah Tynan, Catherine Kahn, Eloise Lambden, coached by Nigel Harding, Nick Hunter and Edward Meehan. In third, in lane 1, it was Radford College, Cara Martin, Bridget Kelleher-Cole, Molly Lilly, Ellen Mihalovic and coxed by Mackenzie Jolly. And then coming in fourth place in lane 5, it's the Canberra Girls Grammar, Amelia Farrell, Alice Collins, Abigail Merkel, Addie Kerr-Lewis and coxed by Georgia Gathercole. And then in fifth position, it's the Canberra Grammar 2 crew of Sammy Wilson, Paloma Blythe, Alice Newnham, Tilly Klein and coxed by Eloise Brown. Next race coming down is Division 2 of the Women's AB Coxless Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Radford College, Jessica Schroeder, Olivia Hickey, Claudia Kendall, Kiara Shaw and coxed by Nicola Allenby. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar School, it's Holly Irvine, Savannah Van Gielen, Alexandra Maligan, Sophia Champion de Crispini and coxed by Catherine Hardman. In lane 5, Radford College 3, Olivia Homsch, Talia Foster Wright, Connie Gardner, Erica Dwight and coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane 6, Radford College 4, Ellie McGlassis, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell, Hannah Sampson and coxed by Sophia Teschendorf. And in lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alex Perry-Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Caitlin Natty, Abby Davis and coxed by Vasi Konstantinou. And past Western Park, it is the Radford College 2 crew over in lane 1 that are in the lead at the moment. They're ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar 2 over in lane 2, followed up by over in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar 3. And then it looks to be between Radford College 3 and 4 for the minor placings. But it is Radford College 2 that is still in the lead, probably about 1.5 boat lengths ahead of the Canberra Girls Grammar crew over in lane 7. So 1 and 7 look to be coming first and second at the moment. With about 100 metres to go, it is still Radford holding on, but the Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 7, not giving up without a fight. Canberra Girls Grammar 2 in lane 3, sitting in third at the moment. But it is now Radford College 2. They are going to take the win in the second division of the Women's AB Coxless Quad Scull. It is Radford College 2, Jessica Schroeder, Olivia Hickey, Claudia Kendall, Kiara Shaw, coxed by Nicola Allenby. They've taken the win. And it is just now the Over in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Alex Perry-Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Caitlin Natty, Abby Davis and Cox by Vasid Konstantinou. They finished in second, just ahead of their compatriots, Canberra Girls Grammar 2, Holly Irvine, Savannah Van Gielen, Alexandra Maligan, Sophia Champion de Crespini and Cox by Catherine Hardman. In fourth position was the Radford College 4 crew of Ellie McGlassis, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell, Hannah Sampson, Cox by Sophia Teschendorf, and then Radford College 3 in fifth, Olivia Homsch, Talia Foster-Wright, Connie Gardner, Erica Dwight and Coxed by Stuart Ward. Coming down now, it is the men's AB Coxless 4, the men's C grade, sorry, Coxless 4s. In lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club, it is James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garnham and Cox by Alexandra McDonough, coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5 from ANU, it's Luca Hahir, Ross Batho, Lucas Hempton, Nick Tanner, coxed by Sarah Daverin and coached by Charlie McKenzie. And then in lane 7, the Canberra Rowing Club 1 crew of Jonathan Cooper, Alva Closis, Cameron O'Neill, Sebastian Lang and coached by Jeffrey Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. That Canberra 1 crew running off a 12-second handicap due to being coxless. At the moment, 250 to go. It is ANU that are a couple of boat lengths ahead of the Canberra 2 crew and then another boat length or two back down to the Canberra 1 crew. So the Canberra Rowing Club 2 crew, they did finish first in Division 2 of the men's CD Coxed 4s at the Reindeer Regatta at the end of 2020. There was also a second place for the Canberra 1 crew in the men's Masters Coxless 4s Division 1 at the Reindeer Regatta. But as they come towards the finish now, it will be ANU to take the win, coxed by Sarah Daverin. It is ANU with the win, Luca Hahir, Ross Batho, Lucas Hempton, Nick Tanner, coxed by Sarah Daverin. In second place, it was Canberra 2, James Robinson, Ethan Peters, Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garnham, Alexandra McDonough as the coach. And coming in third position, the Canberra 1 crew, Jonathan Cooper, Alva Closis, Cameron O'Neill and Sebastian Lang. Started with a 12-second handicap, certainly finished well within 12 seconds by the end. A little bit of time now before we move on to the 1,000-metre races. We'll start with the schoolboy Year 8 Coxless Quad Sculls. So we'll have a couple of Year 8 races before we move on to some of the Masters races. And they're underway now in the first division of the Year 8 Schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls. In lane 3 from Marist College, it is Ryan Williams, Cohen McCann, Griffin Leach, Riley Harkham and coxed by Blake Auger. In lane 5 from Radford College, it's Finlay Stewart, Rowan Harris, Joshua Miller, Hamish Whittier and Cox by Stuart Ward. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar School, it is Ethan Murphy, Harry Bodman, Harrison Braithwaite, Alistair Bridgewater, coxed by Timothy Robson and coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. And early on, it does look to be the Canberra Grammar crew that are in the lead at the moment. Of this crew, Harry Bodman has won races at the first 2 regattas of the season. Harrison Braithwaite won his race in the first regatta at the Radford Darram Regatta, while Alistair Bridgewater won at the CGS Marist Regatta at the end of last year as well. Marist College currently sitting in second, and that crew actually had a win in the B final of the Capital Lakes Sprints on December 5 in 2020. Some fantastic footage being provided by the CGS Code Cadets at the moment, particularly from the drone. The weather has cleared up a bit. The drizzle has stopped. There is a fair bit of clouds still floating about, particularly to the south over towards Government House. But at the moment, on the course itself, it is fine. It does look like it is going to be the Canberra Grammar crew that are going to take this win today. There are multiple boat lengths ahead of Marist and Radford, who have a nice little battle going for second place at the moment. But with about 50 metres to go, it will be Canberra Grammar to take the win. The crew of Ethan Murphy, Harry Bodman, Harrison Braithwaite, Alistair Bridgewater and coxed by Timothy Robson, coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. That's a third consecutive win for Harry Bodman in this event. Now in the battle for second, it is Marist, about a boat length ahead of Radford College at the moment. They've got about 50 metres to go, getting up towards the end there now. You can hear the coxswain really starting to try and get their crew home. And it's still a boat length ahead. It is going to be Marist College that is going to take the second place here. The Marist College crew of Ryan Williams, Cohen McCann, Griffin Leach, Riley Harcombe, coxed by Blake Auger. And then they'll finish ahead of the Radford College crew of Finlay Stewart, Rowan Harris, Josh Miller, Hamish Whittier, and coxed by Stuart Ward. And we're underway in Division 2 of the Year 8 schoolboys, Coxed Coxless Quad Sculls over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Morris College 3, Jacoby Skeen, Mitchell Waddy, Logan Thomas, Roland Carter and Cox by Tom Penrose. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar 3, Darcy Bush, William Warboys, Lucas McLean, Benjamin Sherrod, Tom Bonacy as the Cox and coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 2, Darcy Bush, William Hahir, Alexander Gardner, Archie Vag, coxed by Victor Nee and coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. And in lane 7 from Morris College, the 2 crew of Thomas Coles, Riley Dale, Riley Elliott, Brodie Davis and coxed by Archie Blacker. And it is that Morris College 2 crew that are just slightly ahead of the Canberra Grammar 3 crew at the moment. Sorry, the Canberra Grammar 2 crew slightly ahead of the Canberra Grammar 3 crew at the moment. Then you've got Morris College 3 over in lane 1 and Morris College 2 over in lane 7. So halfway in, it is Canberra Grammar 2, just ahead of Canberra Grammar 1, only about a boat length in it. And then they've got another couple of boat lengths back to Morris College 3 over in lane 1 and Morris College 2 in lane 7, another couple of boat lengths behind that. Canberra Grammar 2 now just starting to pull away, a bit over a boat length ahead at the moment with about 250 metres to go. And Canberra Grammar 2 are starting to pull away now. They've opened up a substantial lead over their compatriots from Canberra Grammar. So it will be lane 5, Canberra Grammar 2 with the win. Darcy Bush, Willem Hahir, Alexander Gardner, Archie Vag and coxed by Victor Nee, coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. As they cross the finish line about 3 or 4 boat lengths ahead of the Canberra Grammar 3 crew, Darcy Bush, William Warboys, Lucas McLean, Benjamin Sherrod and coxed by Tom Bonacy, coached by Thomas Hart, Emma McGrath-Cohen and Isabel Coleman. So first and second was between the Canberra Grammar crews. Going for third, it is the 2 Morris crews. It does look to be Morris College 3 slightly ahead of Morris College 2 with just a couple of strokes to go. And it will be Morris College 3 that takes the bronze. Jacoby Skeen, Mitchell Waddy, Logan Thomas, Roland Carter, Tom Penrose as the Cox, finishing a boat length ahead of Morris College 2, Thomas Coles, Riley Dale, Riley Elliott, Brodie Davis and coxed by Archie Blacker. Coming down the course now, it is Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Coxless Quad Sculls over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Canberra Grammar 1, Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, Lillian Healy, Julia Wagstaff, coxed by Naomi Williams and coached by Sue Donahoe, Sarah Lorenz and Isabel Coleman. Lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Miranda Woolswick, Sophie Frost, Isabel King and coxed by Emily Jackson. In lane 5, Radford College 1, Emily Brennan, Coco Gunther, Anvi Gupta, Audrey Potter and coxed by Ava Warden. And in lane 7, Canberra Grammar 2, Maya Wing, Sophia Smith, Nellie Byron, Neve Power, Grace Osborne as the cox and coached by Sue Donahoe, Sarah Lorenz and Isabel Coleman. And it is Canberra Girls Grammar and Radford College, the two leading ones at the moment. At the Radford Regatta, the winner was Radford College. At the CGS Regatta, the winner was the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. So it is going to be interesting to see who takes the lead, who takes the win here today. So both those crews, number of boat lengths ahead. In third place at the moment, it is Canberra Grammar, and then in fourth, the Canberra Grammar 2 crew. And Canberra Girls Grammar just starting to open up about half a boat length lead over Radford College, heading up with about 250 metres to go. So this will be an interesting battle for first place between Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3 and Radford College in lane 5. Both coxswains really encouraging their crews. Emily Jackson for Canberra Girls Grammar and Ava Warden for Radford College. It is Canberra Girls Grammar just holding on to the lead at the moment. There's still about half a boat length to go with only a couple of strokes left. And it does look like it is going to be Canberra Girls Grammar for the win in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox-Coxless Quad Scull. They finished a boat length ahead of Radford College. So the winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Miranda Worswick, Sophie Frost, Isabel King, coxed by Emily Jackson. In second, from Radford College, Emily Brennan, Coco Gunther, Anvi Gupta, Audrey Potter and Ava Warden as the cox. In third position, it will be lane 1, Canberra Grammar 1, Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, Lillian Healy, Julia Wagstaff and coxed by Naomi Williams. And then in fourth position from Canberra Grammar, the Canberra Grammar 2 crew of Maya Wing, Sophia Smith, Nellie Byron, Neve Power and coxed by Grace Osborne. And they're off now in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox-Coxless Quad Sculls over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, it is Canberra Girls Grammar 2, Eliza Miller, Audrey West, Edie Matheson Hull, Jemima Farmer and coxed by Athena Sitsasis. In lane 3, Radford College 2, Jacqueline McLeod, Zara Turner, Miller Sullivan, Charlotte Joyce and coxed by Zara Layton. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar 3, Zoe Honeybrook, Ella Vannon, Serena Brown, Emma Leah Kellyuk, coxed by Sophia Osborne and coached by Sue Donahoe, Sarah Lorenz and Isabel Coleman. In lane 6, Radford College 3, it is Bonnie Marnie, Astrid Kenner, Johanna Dixon, Sophie Fremantle and coxed by Talia Hunt. And in lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar 3, Isabella Hung, Helena Kadur, Elle McIntosh, Mira Navaratam and coxed by Aisha Ahmed. Coming up with about 250 metres to go, it is Radford College 2 over in lane 2 that's in the lead. They're just ahead of Canberra Grammar 3, Canberra Girls Grammar 2 in lane 1, sitting in third at the moment, ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar 3 and Radford College 3. But it is now between Radford College 2 and Canberra Grammar 3 at the moment for the lead. It is Radford College half a boat length ahead of Canberra Grammar 3 with Canberra Girls Grammar 2 sitting in third place at the moment. 100 metres to go. Radford College still half a boat length ahead of Canberra Grammar. They've started to up the stroke right now. They're powering home. They've opened up half a boat length, one full boat length. It is going to be the Radford College 2 crew, Jacqueline McLeod, Zara Turner, Miller Sullivan, Charlotte Joyce, Cox by Zara Layton. They're going to take the win just ahead of Canberra Grammar 3 over in lane 5 and then Canberra Girls Grammar 2 in lane 1. So Radford College 2, Canberra Grammar 3 and Canberra Girls Grammar 2, 1, 2 and 3 in the second division of the schoolgirl Cox-Coxless quad race, Year 8 race. And then over in lane 7, finishing in fourth was Canberra Girls Grammar 3 and then Radford College 3 in lane 6, finishing in fifth. Now we're underway in the Masters Mixed Double Sculls over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Black Mountain 2, Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott. In lane 3, Black Mountain 4, Mary Bonney and John Elliff. In lane 5, Canberra Rowing Club 1, Suze Rogersoff and Dermot Ballum. In lane 6, Canberra Rowing Club 2, Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor. And in lane 7 from ANU, Sue Donohoe and Peter McCartney. All of these rowers in F grade, so no handicaps for this particular race. And it does look to be ANU in the lead at the moment. They're opened up a good few lengths ahead of Canberra 2, Hilton Taylor and Judith Dahl Taylor. And then over in lane 1, Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott sitting in third at the moment, but not too far ahead of Mary Bonney and John Elliff over in lane 3 and Suze Rogersoff and Dermot Ballum over in lane 5. And with 250 metres to go, it is ANU out in the lead. Sue Donohoe and Peter McCartney. They're still ahead of Hilton Taylor and Judith Dale Taylor from Canberra Rowing Club, sitting in second at the moment. Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott sitting in third, ahead of Mary Bonney, John Ella from Black Mountain, and Suze Rogosoff and Dermot Ballin from Canberra Rowing Club. ANU for the win in the first race for the Masters Mixed Double Scull. Sue Donohoe and Peter McCartney multiple boat lengths ahead of the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Hilton Taylor and Judith Dale Taylor. They're looking to sit in second at the moment, but it is going to be an interesting battle. They're about a boat length ahead of the three crews going for third. Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott sitting in third at the moment, but they are being pushed by Mary Bonney and John Elliff. But it will be Judith Abercrombie and Jeff Ellicott. They're going to take third place in the first race here of the Masters Mixed Double Sculls. Mary Bonney and John Elliff finishing in fourth, and then followed by Suze Rogosoff and Dermot Ballin in fifth from Canberra Rowing Club. Second race for the Masters Mixed Double Sculls. Now this one does have handicaps, as we do have a number of different Masters grades. In lane one from Canberra Rowing Club, it is Warner Heert and Kathy Finlay. They're going off go. In lane three, Black Mountain 1, Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. They've got a 10-second handicap, as does the Shoalhaven 1 crew of David Eddington and Lisa Eddington. In lane 5 from Black Mountain, it is Cecilia Young and Alex Leach. They're off 10 seconds. And then in lane 7 from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Barry Ambrose and Chris Turner, they'll be off 24 seconds. Up past Western Park now, and it is Shoalhaven 1, David and Linda Eddington, that have the early lead at the moment. They've managed to catch up to the Canberra 3 crew of Warner Heart and Kathy Finlay over in lane 1. Sitting in third at the moment is Black Mountain 1 of Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. They're probably about half a boat length ahead of Cecilia Young and Alec Leach from Black Mountain, and then Shoalhaven 2, Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner starting to make up some good ground from that 24-second start. .250 metres to go. It is still the Eddingtons from Shoalhaven, David and Linda in the lead. They've opened up a good boat length lead. They're over Black Mountain 1, Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. And then sitting in for third, you've got Canberra Rowing Club 3 of Warner Heart and Kathy Finlay, and also Cecilia Young and Alex Leach. And it is going to be the Eddingtons to take the win in the second race for the Masters Mixed Double Scull. A few boat lengths ahead. It is for second place. It is going to be Canberra Rowing Club, about half a boat length ahead of Black Mountain, Susan Ackhurst and Daryl Ninham. So Warner Heart and Kathy Finlay in second for Canberra Rowing Club. Susan Ackhurst, Daryl Ninham in third place. In fourth place, we've got Cecilia Young and Alec Leach from Black Mountain. And then in fifth, coming up with making up some good ground, Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Bit of a gap in the program now. There will be no women's ABC pair race over 1,800 metres. The next race on the program is the men's A-grade single sculls. This will be a very interesting race. And we're underway in the men's A-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, it is Cormac Hayes, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 2, Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Schroeder, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 3, Canberra Rowing Club, Nicholas Barnier. In lane 5, we've got Hamish Harding, coached by Dave Romano. Hamish Harding from ANU. In lane 6 from UTS, James Waldersea. And in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Tom Perry. So in the men's A-grade single sculls, it is Hamish Harding from the ANU. He's got half a boat length ahead of Tom Perry over in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club. They're just ahead of Nicholas Barnier from Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Schroeder and Cormac Hayes, both keeping some pretty close. Nicholas Barnier, some close company there in the battle for third. And then a little bit further back is James Waldersea from UTS. Number of national champions and ACT representatives and national representatives in this race today. Tom Perry, McVilly Pierce, pin number 814 in the lightweight men's quad back in 2015. Also a member of the ACT crew that won bronze in consecutive Penrith Cups in 2018 and 19. Same goes for Hamish Harding. He was also part of that crew. James Waldersea from UTS. He was actually part of the lightweight men's 8 that won at the national titles in 2019, where he teamed up with Tom, Hamish, Nathan Kennedy and also Will Clark from the ACT. In lane 2, Nick Barnier has done pretty much it all for the ACT. He's rowed in the Noel F. Wilkinson for the Youth 8s. He's rowed for the ACT in the President's Cup back in 2014 and also in King's Cup crews as well. And then Damien Schroeder and Cormac Hayes, both just out of school, both with strong results at last weekend's Small Boats Championships up in Penrith. Cormac Hayes with second in the Men's Open Under-21 single sculls and Damien with first in the Men's Under-21 lightweight single sculls. But it is still a battle of two. It is Hamish Harding just ahead of Tom Perry at the moment. Nick Barnier is still sitting in third. He's half a boat length ahead of Damien Schroeder with Cormac Hayes, probably another half boat length back again, and then James Waldersea sitting in 6 at the moment. But it is between the two lightweights. It is Tom Perry just pulling ahead of Hamish Harding at the moment as they head past the top of Western Park. This is going to be an excellent finish. Hamish Harding and Tom Perry for first place, and then between Nick Barnier, Cormac Hayes and Damien Schroeder for third. 250 metres to go, and it is Canberra Rowing Club's Tom Perry. Looks like he's just starting to pull ahead of Hamish Harding at the moment. Nick Barnier still sitting in third, half a boat length ahead of Damien Schroeder, then back to Cormac Hayes and to James Waldersea. Battle for first now, both Tom and Hamish really starting to up the rates, getting the power into the legs. We've got 100 metres to go. It is Tom just in the lead ahead of Hamish at the moment. About 5 more strokes will do it. It's Tom Perry just holding on. Will it be? Big finish from Hamish. That is close. I don't know if I can call that one. It is between Hamish Harding and Tom Perry for first. Both men exhausted at the end of that. And for third place, we've got Nick Barnier. He's just holding off from Cormac Hayes coming down the outside as well. And Damien Schroeder. And again, it's going to be a photo for first and second. It's going to be a photo for third place between 3 different rowers. So let's summarise. The battle for first and second is between Tom Perry from Canberra Rowing Club and Hamish Harding from ANU. And then for third position, it is between Canberra Rowing Club's Cormac Hayes, Damien Schroeder and Nick Barnier. James Waldersea coming in 6th there. So we're going to have to wait for the photos for both first and second, and then for third, fourth and fifth. So we'll wait and give you guys the final results of that as soon as possible. The men's B-grade single scull is coming down the track now, though. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jaden Peters, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 2, Canberra Rowing Club's Matthew Norton, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. In lane 4, ANU's Lucas Hempton, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In lane 5, Canberra Rowing Club's Raphael Priest, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And in lane 7, from Marist College, Jesse Roshan. So it is Raf Priest opening up a very strong lead ahead of Jesse Roshan at the moment, and then Jaden Peters sitting in third ahead of Matthew Norton and Lucas Hempton. .250 metres to go. It is still Raf Priest out in the lead ahead of Jesse Roshan and Jaden Peters. Matthew Norton with Lucas Hempton a number of boat lengths back again. So from Canberra Rowing Club, it is going to be Raphael Priest with an easier win than what it was in the A grade. So Raf Priest, Division 1 men's B grade single sculls, takes the win as he crosses over the line. Now and then for second and third, well, it's going to be between Matthew Norton and Jaden Peters. And again, I don't know that we're going to be able to call second and third because they've all come through at pretty close to exactly the same time. So we do know that Raf Priest has the win, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown for Canberra Rowing Club. And then in for second and third, it was between Jaden Peters and Matthew Norton from Canberra Rowing Club, and then Jesse Roshan from Marist College, with Lucas Hempton from ANU coming in fifth. And the Division 2 race of the men's B-grade single scull coming down now in lane 1 from Yarramundi, Henry Floyd. In lane 3 from Yarramundi, Ryan Ricard. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Eden Mordyke, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And in lane 7 from Yarramundi, Matthew Ricard. And it is at the moment between Eden Mordyke from Canberra Rowing Club and Matthew Ricard of Yarramundi for the win in the second division here of the men's B-grade single sculls. With Matthew just starting to open up a little bit of a lead over Eden at the moment. We'll get back to you with the results from the men's A-grade and also the first division of the B-grade single sculls just as soon as we've got those to hand. Big final effort now coming from Matthew Ricard and Eden Mordyke. Matthew just ahead of Eden as things stand, but with a couple of strokes to go, it is going to be interesting to see who can finish the stronger. And it does look like it might just be Eden with the win there. So Eden Mordyke from Canberra Rowing Club just ahead of Matthew Ricard from Yarramundi. And then we have Henry Floyd, Yarramundi 3 over in lane 1 ahead of Ryan Ricard. Yarramundi 2 over in lane 3. So the two of them going for the third place at the moment. It is Henry Floyd just ahead of Ryan Ricard. And that's how it'll finish, about a boat length ahead. So third place for Henry Floyd from Yarramundi, with fourth going to Ryan Ricard, also of Yarramundi. And now coming down the course is the women's A-grade single scull. In lane 1 from ANU, it's Sophie Gerapatridis, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3, ANU, Anika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, Kara Gruskowiak from Canberra Rowing Club. In lane 6 from ANU, Lily Reardon. And in lane 7, it is Alexandra Moylan, coached by Dave Romano. Again, a number of national and interstate representatives. Kara Gruskowiak, obviously, twice a bronze medalist in the Nell Slatter Cup at national titles for the ACT. Also a McVilly Pierce pin winner, having represented Australia back in 2019. Sophie Gerapatridis in lane 1. She was part of the New South Wales 2018 Victoria Cup winning crew. And then Anika Reardon, part of the Tasmanian 2019 Victoria Cup winning crew. In lane 6, Lily Reardon won the women's B-grade single sculls at the CGS Regatta at the end of last year, while Alexandra Moylan was an Australian under-21 representative back in 2019. And it is Kara Gruskowiak with a commanding advantage at the moment over the competitors from the ANU. Looks to be Anika Reardon and Lily Reardon battling it out for second place at the moment. But Kara, strong leads as we head towards the finish there. Lily and Anika Reardon, the two Reardon sisters, Battling it out for second place, Sophie Jarapatridis sitting in fourth at the moment with Alexandra Moylan over in lane 7. And Kara Grishkoviak will cross the line in first. That's a win. Canberra Rowing Club's Kara Grishkoviak in the women's A-grade single scull as we head up. Now the battle for second, it does look to be Anika Reardon. She's got a length lead over her sister for second place. So Anika Reardon from ANU in second position. In third position it is between Lily Reardon and Sophie Jarapatridis. And it will be interesting to see who got third in that race. So it will be, third position will be between Sophie Jarapatridis and Lily Reardon, with Alexandra Moylan in fifth position. So the winner from Canberra Rowing Club, Kara Grishkoviak, Anika Reardon in second, photo for third between Sophie Jarapatridis and Lily Reardon. As we move on to the women's B-grade single sculls, Division 1, in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Zoe Bond, coached by Sarah Cook. In lane 3, Harriet Wallace from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 7, Madeline Vag, coached by Sarah Cook, and she represents Canberra Grammar School. As a bit of drizzle just starts to pass over Yarramundi Reach at the moment, it is Maddie Vag over in lane 7 that's a couple of boat lengths ahead of Zoe Bond in lane 1, and they're ahead of Harriet Wallace from ANU in lane 3. Zoe Bond, winner of the Lynn Cyrillis Plate for the Winter Time Trial, Singles Women's Winter Time Trial Series this year. Madeline Vag at the last regatta behind Lily Reardon, finished in third in the women's B-grade singles. So she'll go through, she'll take the win. So a strong win there for Maddie Vag from Canberra Grammar School. In second, Zoe Bond, also from Canberra Grammar, both coached by Sarah Cook. And then Harriet Wallace, coached by Nigel Harding, in third. So that was the Division 1 of the women's B-grade single sculls. The women's B-grade single scull Division 2 now coming down the course. It is in lane 1 from Darra Marlin, Sophie Howlett. From lane 3, Black Mountains, Paloma Padovan. In lane 5, ANU's Louisa Richens, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 6, ANU's Laura Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 7, Elizabeth Gregory from ANU. So we have the results from the men's A-grade single sculls. In first place, Hamish Harding from the ANU. He finished 0.17 seconds ahead of Tom Perry from Canberra Rowing Club. So 0.17 seconds between Hamish Harding and Tom Perry in the men's A-grade single sculls. And then Cormac Hayes taking bronze in that race for Canberra Rowing Club. He was 0.08 of a second ahead of Nick Barnier, who in turn was 0.09 of a second ahead of Damien Schroeder. So just to reconfirm, Hamish Harding with the win in the men's A-grade single sculls, Tom Perry in second and Cormac Hayes in third. In the men's B-grade single sculls, Raf Priest was the easy winner there. Second place from Marist College was Jesse Roshin. He was 0.4 of a second ahead of Jaden Peters from Canberra Rowing Club, and then another 0.31 seconds back to Matthew Norton. In the women's B-grade single scull, Division 2, it is Elizabeth Gregory leading at the moment over Louisa Richards, both from the ANU. They're just ahead of Laura Kelly with Paloma Padovan and Sophie Howlett a little bit further back. With about 100 metres to go, it's between Elizabeth Gregory and Louisa Richards. It does look like Louisa's just starting to hit the accelerator a little bit more. Coming through strong, rowing through strongly, it will be Louisa Richards opening up about a boat length ahead of Elizabeth Gregory, and then another boat length back to Laura Kelly. So Louisa Richards with the win in Division 2 of the women's B-grade single scull. Elizabeth Gregory holding on for second place ahead of Laura Kelly. We then have Paloma Padovan from Black Mountain sitting in fourth position, and then back to Sophie Howlett from Darramarlin.
So coming down the course now past Lisbon Park, we have race 18, Division 1 of the men's Grade C single sculls. In lane 1, Canberra, Jackson Boyd. Lane 2, Marist College, William Davies. Lane 3, Marist College, Jack Miller. Lane 4, Darramarlin, Bradley Reichman. Lane 5, Radford College, Angus Walker. Lane 6, Marist College, Kai Martin. And lane 7, the ANU of Luca Hare. It's about 200 metres to go in this race. It looks to be the sculler from Radford College, Angus Walker in the lead, followed by ANU's Luca Hare, Morris and Canberra Rowing Club's Jackson Boyd coming down in third place. I think Angus Walker from Radford really lifting the rate now into the last 100 metres or so of this race, really lengthening his lead over the scullers from ANU and from Morris College. First place in race 18, Division 1 of the men's C-grade single sculls. We have the Radford College sculler of Angus Walker in lane 5, coming across the finish line now. The contest for this race is for the minor placings. Second place for this race will go to lane 1. Jackson Boyd from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Witkowski and Jeff Brown. And third place to the Morris College sculler of Kai Martin in lane 6. In fourth place from Morris College, William Davies. And in fifth place, rounding out the field from Durham Island, Bradley Reichman. That was race 18, Division 1 of the men's C-grade single sculls. Coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of the men's C-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Morris College, Thomas Newman. Lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club, Zach Levine, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Witkowski and Jeff Brown. Lane 4 from Radford College, Harrison Lonsdale. Lane 5 from Morris College, Ruben Mudge. Lane 6, Morris College, Michael Keating. And then lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Hugh Andrew, coached by Daffyd Gwynne-Jones and Chris Polichanen. Crews for this race coming past Western Park now. Looks to be the Canberra sculler Zach Levine leading at this stage, closely followed by Radford's Harrison Lonsdale. Who's coming to the last 250 metres of the race. Still Zach Levine from Canberra Rowing Club leading the way. No, it's not. Starting to be chased down by Harrison Lonsdale from Radford College. Coming across the line first, so race 19. First place is Axel Levine from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Witkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Second place will go to Radford College's Harrison Lonsdale. And third place to Marist College's Michael Keating in lane 6. And in fourth place from Marist College, the scholar of Thomas Newham. And rounding out the field in this race will be Ruben Mudge from Marist College in lane 5. That is race 19, Division 2 of the men's Grade C single sculls. Coming down the course now, we have race 20, Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Connor Scott, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Witkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Lane 2 from Marist College, David Birch. Lane 3 from Radford College, Oliver Bailey. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar, Rufus Walsh, coached by Dafford Gwyn Jones and Chris Polichanen. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanavitis, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Witkowski and Jeffrey Brown. Lane 6 from Marist College, Darcy James. And lane 7 rounding out the field for this race, also from Marist College, Ben Vardy. The sculls for this race coming down into the last 500 metres or so now. It looks to be the Marist College scull of Ben Vardy leading the way. And a hot contest here for the minor placements in this event so far. Crews coming to the last 100 metres of this race. There's the Marist College sculler of Darcy James has really lifted his rate and bringing it home to cross the line first. Also lifting in their rate is Marist College sculler in lane 7. First place in race 20, Division 3 of the men's C-grade single sculls, Marist College, Ben Vardy. Second place in Marist College, Darcy James in lane 6. Third place will go to Radford College's Oliver Bailey of lane 3. And it's Canberra Rowing Club's Alex Tomanavitis coming across the line in fourth place. and Marist College's David Birch in lane 2, rounding out the field for this race. That was race 20, Division 3 of the men's C grade single sculls. Coming past Western Park now, we have race 21, Division 4 of the men's C grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Marist College, Digby Blacker. In lane 2 from Marist College, Xander Wild. Lane 3, Marist College, Jonah Penrose. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dara Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Kwiatkowski, Jeffrey Brown. Lane 5 from Marist College, Sean McCann. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Chris Raymond. And it's Marist College, lane 7, Owen Atkinson, rounding out the field for this race. And as the crew's coming to the last part of this race now, looks to be the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Chris Raymond, just holding on to a narrow lead over Sean McCann of Marist College on the Western Park side of the course. And the contest really will be between these two for who takes out the gold medal. The Marist College scull of Sean McCann really rating up now, just edging ahead of the Canberra Rowing Club sculler. For the last 50 metres of this race, 21. Crossing line first, lane 4, Dara Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. In second place, Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club. It'll be the Marist College sculler of Xander Wild coming across in third place to round out the medal winners for this race. In fourth place in this race, we'll go to the Marist College Digby Blacker, coming across the line in lane 1 now. And coming to the last 50 metres of this race now, from lane 7, Marist College, Owen Atkinson. Finishing it off with a nice strong finish. Coming down the course now, we have race 22, Division 1 of the Women's C Grade Single Sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Rachel Carnegie, coached by Mark Witkowski and Jeff Brown. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Neve Pascoe, coached by Sarah Cook. Lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Claudia Downs, coached by Renee Dominchez and Neil Smith. In lane 4 from the ANU, Charlotte Ryan, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5 from Bradford College, Alan Mihajelvic. Lane 6, Capital Lakes, Ella Horn. And in lane 7, rounding out the field from this race, is Black Mountains, Karis Troll. The crews for this race coming past the 500 metre mark now as they push into the last part of this race. Looks to be the ANU scull of Charlotte Ryan leading the way home now, but followed closely behind by Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie in lane 1. You can see the ANU Charlotte Ryan starting to lift her right now into the last 250 metres of this race, putting a little bit more length over Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie on the other side of the course. The ANU's Charlotte Ryan further extended her lead now into the last 100 metres of this race. She'll cross the line first to take the gold medal. Race 22, Division 1 of the Women's C Grade Single Sculls. A close contest here for second and third between Radford College's Alan Mihajelvic and Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie. But across the line first, it will be ANU's Charlotte Ryan. Second to Canberra Rowing Club's Rachel Carnegie, and a close third to Alan Mihajelvic from Radford College. Just across the line is the Capital Lakes scull of Claudia Downs, coached by Renee Dominchez and Neil Smith, followed ever so closely by Neve Pascoe of Canberra Grammar School, coached by Sarah Cook. Sixth place to Ella Horn, to Karis Troll from Black Mountain. And Capital Lakes Ella Horn rounding out the field for this race 22, Division 1 of the Women's C Grade Single Sculls. Coming through the top of Western Park now, we have race 23, Division 2 of the Women's C Grade Single Sculls. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Philippa Gray, coached by Neil Smith. Lane 2, Black Mountain, Eleanor Johnston. Lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Nell Washington, also coached by Neil Smith. In lane 4 from Radford College, Zoe McIntosh. Lane 5 from Canberra Grammar School, Penelope Robson, coached by Sarah Cook. Lane 6, the ANU's Eloise Lambden, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 7 from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash. As the crews come into the last part of this race now, it is the ANU's Eloise Lambden with a good lead here. Sitting in second place, we have Nell Washington from Capital Lakes. And a good contest here for third and fourth between Radford College's Zoe McIntosh and Capital Lakes' Philippa Gray. But it is the ANU's Eloise Lambden who's put ahead to a good lead here. Finishing the race quite comfortably. Capital Lakes' Philippa Gray has pulled just ahead of the Radford College sculler to sit in third place. The crews come to the last 100 metres of this race. But crossing the line first, it will be Eloise Lambden from the ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. Second place will be the Capital Lakes sculler of Nell Washington, coached by Neil Smith. And a good contest here for third place. But it will go to the Capital Lakes sculler of Philippa Gray in lane 1, also coached by Neil Smith. Crossing the line now to round out the medal places for this race. Radford College's Zoe McIntosh crossing the line in fourth. Followed by Black Mountain's Pamela Nash in fifth place. Black Mountain's Eleanor Johnston across the line in sixth place. And the Canberra Grammar Scholar of Penelope Robson crossing the line to round out the field in this race 23, Division 2 of the Women's C-Grade Single Sculls. So we move back to 1,000 metre racing now. We have race 24, the Masters men's coxless quad scull. In lane 1 from Black Mountain, the crew of Richard Martin, Stephen Merchant, Scott Pagan and Ted Hall. In lane 2, the ADF rowing composite of Rowan J. Wardena, Stephen Reynolds, Jeremy Lawrence and Nick Williams. In lane 3, the ANU composite of John Blackwell, Ben Farrell, Damon Heitbrink and Peter McCartney. Lane 4, the Black Mountain composite of Henry Bridgewater, Stephen McGlynn, Sebastian Lang and Ian Mongan. Lane 5 from Shoalhaven, Mark Thirlwell, Joseph Basher, Harry Davis, Chris Turner, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 6, also from Shoalhaven, Stephen Quaken, Oliver Raddick, Bradley Sewell, Anthony Weimer, coached by Carmen Hill and coached by Andrew Parry. And lane 7, rounding out the field for this race, is the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Michael Peatham, David Coles, Michael College and John Simpson. crew's come past the Western Park now. The Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7 is holding their lead. But a close contest between the crews in lane 2, the 80th Rowing Composite, lane 3, the ANU Composite, and the Black Mountain Composite in lane 4. And with about 400 metres to go in this race, it is the crew of the 80th Rowing Composite of Rowan J. Wardena, Stephen Reynolds, Jeremy Lawrence and Nick Williams, overtaking the Canberra Rowing Club crew now to lead the race. They're closely followed in second place by the ANU Composite in lane 3, and the Black Mountain Composite in lane 4, sitting in third place now. The 80th Rowing Composite extending their lead to just over boat length now. We have great competition here for the minor place in this race between the crews of Black Mountain in lane 1. We're just lifting their rating now as they come down the course. And the ANU Composite in lane 3 and the Black Mountain Composite in lane 4. The crews coming to the last couple hundred metres of this race now. And across the line first, it will be the 80th Rowing Composite crew in lane 2. It's the crew of Rowan J. Wardena, Stephen Reynolds, Jeremy Lawrence and Nick Williams. They're closely followed by the Black Mountain Composite in lane 4. The ANU Composite in lane 3, crossing line in third. They're closely followed by the Black Mountain Composite, the Black Mountain crew in lane 1, crossing line in fourth place. In fifth, we have the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7. Michael Peterham, David Coles, Michael College, and John Simpson. And the two Shoalhaven crews rounding out this race. Race 24, the Masters Men's Coxed and Coxless Quad Sculls. Coming down the course now, we have race 25, the men's E-grade Coxed and Coxless Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Darcy Bush, William Warboys, Lucas McLean, Ben Sherrod, coxed by Tom Bonacia, coached by Tom Hart, Emma McGrath Cohen and Isabel Coleman. In lane 3, also from Canberra Grammar, the crew of Ethan Murphy, Harry Bodman, Harathan Braithwaite, Alistair Bridgewater, coxed by Tim Robson. In lane 5 from Radford College, George Stainer, Will Packpoy, Jan Webber, Aidan Roberts, Nicola Allenby, the cox there. And lane 7 rounding out the field from this race, the Canberra Grammar crew of Darcy Bush, Alexander Gardner, William Hare, Archie Vag, coached by Victor Nee. Crews come past with 500 metres to go. There's the Radford College crew in lane 5. That's edged ahead to a narrow lead over the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 3. But a good contest here for second place between the Canberra Grammar crews in lane 3 and lane 7. The Radford College crew just pushing slightly ahead now to lengthen their lead. It's coming the last 250 metres of this race now. The crews in the middle of the course here, the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 3 and the Radford College crew in lane 5. Really going at it stroke for stroke here to get across the line in first place. The Canberra Grammar crew really has made up some ground here, but it will be the Radford College crew of George Steiner, Will Packboy, Jan Webber, Aidan Roberts and Nicola Allenby across the line first by half a boat length to the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 3. Ethan Murphy, Harry Bodman, Harrison Braithwaite, Alistair Bridgewater and Tim Robson. Across the line in third place, the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 7. Darcy Bush, Alexander Gardner, William Hare, Archie Vag, coxed by Victor Nee. And crossing the line in fourth and rounding out the field for this race is the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 1. Darcy Bush, William Warboys, Lucas McLean, Ben Sherrod, coxed by Tom Bonacia, coached by Tom Hart, Emma McGrath Cohen and Isabel Coleman. That's race 25, the men's E-grade coxed and coxless quad scull. The race has just started as race 26, Division 1 of the women's E-grade coxed and coxless quad scull. A full field here in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, Nellie Byron, Maya Wing, Sophia Smith, Neve Power and Grace Osborne the cox, coached by Sue Donahue, Sarah Lorenz and Isabel Coleman. Lane 3 from Capital Lakes, the crew of Amelia Ryan, Isabella McFarlane, Madeline Jella, Caitlin Crick, coxed by Jeanette Ryan, coached by Diane Jamison and Neil Smith. In lane 4 from Lake Tuggeranong, Dakota Thorne, Casey Arena, Chloe Arnold, Madison Arnold, coxed and coached by Renee Dominchez. In lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Annabelle Kingston, Emily Staples, Ingrid Grant Ryan, Jessica Turvey, the cox Gertie Firkins Fox. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Serena Brown, Emily Kalinjak, Alla Vanan, Zoe Honeybrook, Sophia Osborne the cox. In lane 7, also from Canberra Grammar and rounding out the field in this race is the crew of Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, Lillian Healy, Julia Wagstaff, Naomi Williams the cox there, coached by Sue Donahue, Sarah Lorenz and Isabella Coleman. It's going to pass the halfway mark in this race. It is the Lake Tuggeranong crew leading the way with about 3/4 of a boat length over the crew from Capital Lakes in lane 3.
Okay, so we're out of segment, so we will take race.
Third place sitting with the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 6. That's the crew of Serena Brown, Emily Kalinjak, Ella Vanan, Zoe Honeybrook, coxed by Sophia Robson. The crews come into the last 250 metres of this race. It is the Lake Tuggeranong crew really extending their lead now, pulling out to about a boat length and a quarter over their nearest competitors, the Capital Lakes crew in lane 3. A great contest happening here between the Canberra Grammar School crews in lane 6 and lane 7, both fighting for third place in this race. But crossing the line first, in race 26, Division 1 of the women's E-grade Cox Quad Scull will be the crew from Lake Tuggeranong, Dakota Thorne, Casey Arena, Chloe Arnold, Madison Arnold, coxed and coached by Renee Dominchez. The crew crossing the line first now, at 2.5 boat length to the Capital Lakes crew in lane 3. That's the crew of Amelia Ryan, Isabella McFarlane, Madison Jellia, Caitlin Crick, coxed by Jeanette Ryan, coached by Diane Jamison and Neil Smith. And it will be the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 6 who's just pulled ahead to cross the line in third place and claim the bronze medal. That's the crew of Serena Brown, Emily Kalinjak, Ella Vanan, Zoe Honeybrook, Sophia Osborne the cox. Fourth place, also from Canberra Grammar School, is the crew in lane 7, Hannah Griffiths, Estella Robertson, Lillian Healy, Julia Wagstaff, coxed by Naomi Williams. Fifth place to the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 1. Crew of Nellie Byron, Maya Wing, Sophia Smith, Neve Power and Grace Osborne. And rounding out the field is the Capital Lakes crew in lane 5. Annabelle Kingston, Emily Staples, Ingrid Grant Ryan, Jessica Turvey and Gertie Farkins Fox. Rounding out race 26, Division 1 of the Women's E-Grade Coxed Quad Scull. The next race coming down the course now, we have race 27, Division 2 of the Women's E-Grade Coxless Quad Scull. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Walsh, Leslie Dowling, Jane Bond and Deb Cook. Lane 3, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Schneider, Stephanie Isaacson, Jenny Bramley and Ruth Martin. In lane 5, the composite crew of Joanna Perkins, Sharon Mackay and Jane Annier from Canberra Rowing Club, and Elizabeth Stevens of the Australian Defence Force Rowing Club. And rounding out the field in this race, the crew in lane 7, Felicity Antill, Emily Kerslag, Jane Marburg and Joanna Roy of Canberra Rowing Club. Crews come through the halfway mark of their race now. It is the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7, just edging ahead. But a great contest here between the crews in lane 1, 5 and 7. All fighting for the gold medal in this race. Crews pushing the last 250 metres of this race. It's Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 7, just pushing ahead by about half a boat length now of the crews in lane 1 and 5. Extend their lead just a little as they push in the last 100 metres of this race. Crossing the line in first place for race 27, Division 2 of the Women's E-Grade Coxless Quad Scull will be the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Felicity Antill, Emily Kerslake, Jane Marburg and Joanna Roy. But pushed to the line by the Canberra Rowing Club ADF Composite in lane 5. That's the crew of Joanna Perkins, Sharon Mackay, Elizabeth Stevens and Jane Annier. Third place will be the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 1, Judy Walsh, Leslie Dowling, Jane Bond and Deb Cook. And the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 3 rounding out this race, that's the crew of Judy Schneider, Stephanie Isaacson, Jenny Bramley and Ruth Martin. Just crossing the line now. Includes race 27, Division 2 of the Women's E-Grade Coxless Quad Scull. Moving back to some small boats racing, we have race 28, Division 1 of the men's E-Grade Single Sculls, racing over 1,000 metres. We have in lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Elliot Jalliar. Lane 2 from Black Mountain, Robert Curtin. In lane 3, also from Black Mountain, Richard Feeks. Lane 4 from Darramundi, Ben Rickard. Lane 5, ANU's Andrew Payton. Lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Stephen Boyd. And lane 7, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Damien Rand. The crews for this race 28 just lining up at the start now. This crew's going past the halfway mark in this race. It is the Black Mountain Scarlet of Robert Curtin in lane 2 leading the way. Just a narrow lead of about half a boat length over the ANU Scarlet of Andrew Payton. And the Capital X Scarlet of Elliot Jelly are fighting it out for third place there. Yarramundi's Ben Ricard sitting comfortably in fourth place there, but being chased down by the Black Mountain Scarlet of Richard Feeks in lane 3. But as crews move into the last part of this race, it is the Black Mountain Scarlet of Robert Curtin really extending his lead there now, holding about 2 boat lengths over the Capital A Scarlet of Elliot Jellier, and a boat lengths to third, ANU's Andrew Payton. Crews from Capital Lakes and ANU really surging now, fighting out for the minor placings as Black Mountain's Robert Curtin really extends his lead here into the home stretch of this race.
Do you have any scratching for race 29?
It'll be the Black Mountain Scarlet of Rob Curtin, crossing the line in first place in this race. About 2 lengths to the Capital A Scarlet of Elliot Jellier in lane 1. Crossing the line first now, Rob Curtin from Black Mountain. Second place to Capital Lakes, Elliot Jellier. And Andrew Payton from ANU fighting it all the way to the end to take out third place in this race. Got a great contest ensuing now between the other crews of this race. Be the Durham Island Scarlet in lane 4 of Ben Ricard, taking out fourth place. Closely followed by the Black Mountain Scarlet of Richard Feeks for fifth. Those crews just crossing the line now. Crossing the line in sixth place will be the Canberra Rowing Club Scarlet of Stephen Boyd, and closely behind him to round out the field in this race, also from Canberra Rowing Club, is Damien Rand. It is race 28, Division 1 of the men's E-grade single sculls. Lining up at the start line now, we have Division 2 of the same event, race 29. In lane 1 from Black Mountain, David Nash. Lane 3 also from Black Mountain, Alex Leach. Lane 4 from the ANU, Stuart John, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In lane 3, also from the ANU and coached by Charlie McKenzie, the Scarlet of Bolwin Fu. Lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dermot Balam. And lane 7 rounding out the field for this race is the Capital Lake Scarlet of Greg Downs. Those crews just lining up at the start now for race 29, Division 2 of the men's E-grade single sculls. Those crews away now for race 29, Division 2 of the men's E-grade single sculls. with the exception of Black Mountain's Alex Leach, who was scratching for this event. His crews for this race come past Western Park now. The Capital A sculler of Greg Downs in lane 7, edging away to a lead over the Black Mountain sculler of David Nash on the other side of the course. And it's the ANU's Bowen Fu holding on to third place there, followed by Stuart John, also from the ANU, and Dermot Balam from Canberra Rowing Club. Greg Downs extending his lead to just over a boat length now. The crews move into the second half of this race. A great contest here for second and third place, with Black Mountain's David Nash holding on by less than half a boat length for second place over the ANU sculler of Bowen Fu in lane 5. The contest really picking up now as the crews move into the latter part of this race. The Black Mountain sculler of David Nash making a move, with the Capital A sculler of Greg Downs barely hanging on to his lead now. David Nash pulling ever so slowly ahead to lead this race into its final stages. Will be the crews from Black Mountain and Capital Lakes really fighting out to the line here for first place in this race. Across the line first in lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Dermot Balam. In second place from Black Mountain, David Nash. In third place, the ANU sculler of Bowen Fu, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In fourth place from Capital Lakes, Greg Downs. And round the field in this race is Stuart John from the ANU. Underway now, we have race 30, Division 1 of the women's E grade single sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Emma Southcott. Lane 4, also from Canberra club, Ella Boyd, coached by Anne Nicolai and Mark Witakowski. In lane 5, from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, coached by Chris Turner. And in lane 7, the Black Mountain Sculler of Marthy Clocken. The crews come past Western Park is the Black Mountain Sculler of Marthy Clocken, pulling away to an early lead. The Canberra Club Sculler of Ella Boyd holding on to second place there.
Race 51, lane 2.
And the Southcote, also from Canberra Club, sitting in third for the time being. The Shoalhaven Sculler of Mary Ambrose rounding out the field as the crew start to push into the latter half of this race 30, Division 1 of the women's E-grade single sculls. As the crews here pushed in the last 250 metres of this race, it's the Black Mountain Sculler of Marthy Clocken really holding onto her lead here, pushing away over the two Canberra Club Scullers of the Southcote and Ella Boyd. Across the line first with a commanding lead in this race will be the Black Mountain Sculler in lane 7, Marthy Clocken. Really picking up her rate in the last 50 minutes of this race to further extend her lead over the Canberra Club Sculler in lane 4 of Ella Boyd, coached by Anne Nicolai and Mark Witakowski, who will cross the line in second place. Third place in this race, also the Canberra Club, will go to the lane 1 Sculler of the Southcote, with the Shoalhaven Sculler of Mary Ambrose, coached by Chris Turner, rounding out the field in this race 30, Division 1 of the women's E-grade single sculls. Lining up at the start line now, we have Division 2 of the same event. In lane 1 from Yarramundi, Sina Paramov. Lane 3 from ANU, Ayla Bauer-Williams, coached by Luca Hare. Alex Migadalius and Rhiannon Jolly. Lane 4 from Radford College, Madeline Leese. Lane 5 of Black Mountain, Marin Hilliker. Lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Suze Rokoshoff. And lane 7, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Walsh. Those crews lining up in the start line now for race 31, Division 2 of the Women's E-Grade Single Sculls. As crews here move into the second half of this race, it is the Canberra Rowing Club scull of Judy Walsh, holding on to a lead of about a boat length over the Durham Island scull of Sina Paramov in lane 1. A close contest here for third place between the scullers of Ayla Bow-Williams from the ANU and Madeline Leese from Radford College, really going neck and neck there for the third place.
Finished next to go, race 32 underway, or started as per the program.
As crews move into the last 300 metres of this race, into the Canberra Rowing Club scull, really just pushing ahead to a lead of just over a boat length there now. By the Durham Island scull of Sina Paramov in lane 1, who holds about 3/4 of a boat length over the sculler from Black Mountain, Miriam Hilliker, holding on to second place there. Crews pushing the last 50 minutes. Of this race, we had a great comeback from the Yarramundi sculler of Sina Paramov, who crossed the line in first place. Crossing the line in second will be the Canberra Iron Club sculler of Judy Walsh on the other side of the course. Third place going to the Radford College sculler of Madeline Lisi, rounding out the medal finishes for this race. Fourth place with a strong finish, the ANU sculler of Ayla Bauer-Williams, coached by Luca Hare, Alex Migadalius and Rhiannon Jolly. In fifth place, the Canberra Iron Club sculler of Suze Rogashoff and Black Mountain's Marin Hilliker, rounding out the field in this race 31. Division 2 of the women's E-grade at single sculls. And following them closely down the course now, we have race 32, the schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls, lane 1, Radford College, lane 2, Canberra Grammar, lane 3, Radford College, lane 4, Radford College, lane 5, Marist, lane 6, Canberra Grammar School, and lane 7 rounding out the field in this race is also Radford College. And it is that lane 7 crew of Radford extend their lead to about 2 boat lengths now into the last 150 metres of this race, picking up their 8 now for a strong finish. They've held a commanding lead all the way down the course for this race 32, but a great contest ensuring for the minor placings. That's between the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 6 and the Radford College crew in lane 4. But across the line first for race 32 will be the Radford College crew in lane 7, Joshua Orr, Finlay Robinson, Rowan White, Hamish Gaydon, Stuart Ward, the Cox there. Second place, with a narrow lead, we'll go to the Canberra Grammar School crew. In lane 6, Riley Sheldon, Harry Bard, Magnus Tranter, Dylan Outram, Georgie, Will at the Cox there. And third place, the Radford College crew in lane 4, Marley Cowie Buchanan, Ewan Grigg, Will Packboy, Marcus Ward, Hamish, with here the Cox. Fourth place of the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 2, John Lemise, James Robertson, Callum Bennett, Joe Hiles, Matty Hoggart. Fifth place to the Radford College crew in lane 3, then it's the Radford College crew in lane 1, and the Marist College crew in lane 5, rounding at this race 32, the schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Just starting their race now, we have race 33, Division 1 of the schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Ronnie Reid, Katarina Giddis, Olivia Noonan, Paris Sadisis, Isabella Carey the Cox. In lane 3 from Radford College, Eliza Lilly, Siobhan Hall, Sophie Esplanade, Mia Cluth, Ava Ward and the Cox. Lane 5, the Canberra Grammar School crew of Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer, Sophie Gray the Cox there, coached by Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. And in lane 7 round out the field in this race, the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew of Annabelle Grimwade, Frankie Bush, Olivia Crawford, Samantha Burns, coxed by Hannah Knight. These crews just starting to come past Western Park now. That's race 33, Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. There's a crews from this race, 33 pushing in the latter half of this race. It is the Radford College crew in lane 3, holding onto a very narrow lead over the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in lane 7. Just over a quarter of a boat length separating the crews there. Third place, currently sitting with the Canberra Grammar School crew in lane 5. That's a crew of Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer and Sophie Gray. As the crews hit the red buoys into the last 250 metres of this race. So the Radford College crew in lane 3 really starting to bring the rate up, push ahead to about 3/4 of a boat length lead over the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in lane 7. The Radford College crew bringing the rate up a little bit further now, really cementing their lead as they break into the last 50 metres of this race. But they will cross the line first for the gold medal in race 33, Division 1 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. That Radford crew crossing the line now. Eliza Lilly, Siobhan Hall, Sophie Esplanade, Mia Cluth, Ava Ward and the Cox Air for the gold medal. Crossing the line in second place, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Annabella Grimwade, Frankie Bush, Olivia Crawford, Samantha Burns and Hannah Knight, then closely followed by the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer and Sophie Gray for the bronze medal, and the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew in lane 1 rounding at the field there. Ronnie Reid, Katarina Giddis, Olivia Noonan, Paris Sadisis and Isabella Carey. That's race 33, Division 1 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. Coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of that same event in lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar School. Reshmi Senayaki, Zoe Theodorakis, Zara Mason, Erin Wyatt, Cox by Amelia Royal. Lane 5 from Radford College, Chloe Miller, Milan Salmon Schmidt, Gemma O'Rourke, Zoe Hickey, Pip Humphreys at Cox, and in lane 7, the Canberra Grammar School crew of Susie Lang, Lara McLean, Tessa Erkson, Imogen Horn, Georgia Will at the Cox, coached there by Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. That's race 34, Division 2. Sorry, that's Division 2 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Crew's pushing the latter half of this race now. So your Radford College crew in the middle of the course, holding on to a narrow lead of about half a boat length over the Canberra Grammar School crew on the Western Park side. The Canberra Girls Grammar crew not far behind them, sitting in third place. Crews hit the red buoys and pushing the last 250 metres of this race. You can really see that Radford crew there starting to bring up their rate. They don't want to let go of this lead. Extending to about a length now over the Canberra Grammar School crew. Crossing the line first in this race 34 it will be the Radford College crew who've gone strong all the way, really pushing out to about 3 boat lengths now, just in the last 250 metres of this race. That's the crew of Chloe Miller, Milan Salmon Schmidt, Gemma O'Rourke, Zoe Hickey, Pippa Humphreys at Cox there, taking out the gold medal in this race. It's great to see the Canberra girls grammar crew really made a push for it here in the last 250 metres. But it will be the Canberra Grammar School crew out onto a narrow second place there. That's the crew of Susie Lang, Lara McLean, Tessa Erkston, Imogen Horn and Georgia Willett. And then the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in third place, Rejmi Semenyake, Zoe Theodorakis, Zara Mason, Erin Wyatt and Amelia Royal, the Cox. And lining up on the course now at the 1,000-metre start line, we have race 35, Division 1 of the men's D grade at double sculls. In lane 1 from Shoalhaven, Harry Davis and Chris Turner. Lane 3 from Capital Lakes, Dario Beltrami and Steve Guskoviak. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Martin Little and Andrew Weston, coached there by Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 5, the Black Mountain and ADF Composite of Nick Williams and Stephen Reynolds. In lane 6 from Radford College, Curtis Garrett and Connor Jacopino. And lane 7, the Marsh College combination of Robbie Hansen and Austin Benny. Those crews lining up there on the start now at the 1,000-metre. It's race 35 just getting underway now. Division 1 of the men's Grade D double sculls. Great contest picking up in the early part of this race here between the Radford College crew in lane 6 and the Black Mountain Composite in lane 5. Really finding out to hold on to first place there. It looks to be the Black Mountain crew just edging ever so slightly ahead, about a quarter of a boat length over the Black Mountain Composite. Who hold down about 3/4 of a boat length to the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 4, who are clinging on to third place there. Radford College crews starting to push ahead a little bit now, extending their lead to about half a boat length over the Black Mountain Composite. But those two crews both broken away from the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 4 by about a boat length and a half now.
Stand by the start of race 36.
As the crews move into the last half of this race, you can really see that Black Mountain Composite there. That's the crew of Nick Williams and Stephen Reynolds starting to lift their rate. They start to close on the lead that's held by the Radford College crew next to them. Crews pushing the last 300 metres of this race now. That at Radford College crew hang on into a narrow lead there of the Black Mountain crew. That's down to about a quarter of a boat length. Both those crews there really pushing away from the rest of the field now. Going to have a great contest all the way to the line here in race 35, Division 1 of the men's E grade at double sculls. Crews pushing the last 100 metres of this race now. I think we might have one of our closest finishes for the day, but it does look like the Radford College combination of Curtis Garrett and Connor Jacopino will hang on for the win there. And that crew have really lifted in the last couple of 100 metres now, bringing their stroke rate right up, and they're starting to put clear water between them and the Defence Black Mountain Composite in lane 5. But crossing the line in first place after a tough race will be the Radford College combination, Curtis Garrett and Connor Jacopino, closely followed with a Black Mountain ADF composite of Nick Williams and Stephen Reynolds. In third place, the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Martin Little and Andrew Weston, closely followed by the Shoalhaven combination, Harry Davis and Chris Turner. In fifth place will be the Capital Lakes crew, Dario Baltrami and Steve Griskoviak, with the Morris College combination of Robbie Hands and Austin Benny rounding out the field there. That's race 35, Division 1 of the men's Grade D double sculls.
Doing commentary, so we're up to race 36, the second division of the men's D grade double. We've got Shoalhaven, Radish and Weaver in lane 1, Capital Lakes, Bromley and Jalia. In lane 3, Radford's Gennaro and Heatley. In lane 5, Marist, Cusack and Templeton. And in lane 7, Marist, Carter and Coates. Leading crews, the Radford crew of Gennaro and Heatley. They're well clear, maybe four lengths clear of the crew in the Capital Lakes crew of Bromley and Jalia, and over one of the Marist crews, the Marist crew of Cusack and Templeton. But it looks like Radford are going to have another win in these D-grade doubles. So this is Gennaro and Heatley. Shoalhaven are doing well. Shoalhaven actually are going to come second. I think I called it Capital Lakes, but in fact it's Shoalhaven are going to grab second. That's Radish and Weaver. So that's a win to Radford, Shoalhaven are going to come second. Then we've got the Marist crew of Cusack and Templeton, the crew of Carter and Coates from Marist, and then the Capital Lakes crew. Actually, Capital Lakes just grabbed it ahead of Marist. So Capital Lakes, then Marist. '37 is the third division of the men's D double. In lane 1, Marist's Hasty and Martin. In lane 3, Fitch-Dupreez and Smythe of Marist. In lane 4, Thirlwall and Basher, coached by Andrew Perry. In lane 5, Dahl and Simmons. And then in lane 7, the ANU Defence Force composite crew of Lawrence and McCartney. Lawrence and McCartney having good battle with Dahl and Simmons. Quite a few of these Masters rowers have been competing against each other for quite a while. There's some very experienced rowers on board. So it looks like the battle is between the lanes 5 and 7, Dahl and Simmons of Black Mountain, and Lawrence and McCartney, the ANU Defence Force composite crew, over in lane 7. Then we come back to Shoalhaven's Thirlwall and Basher, and the two Marist crews. So reasonably close between McCartney and Lawrence in lane 7 and Dahl and Simmons. Dahl and Simmons have got a lower rating. McCartney and Lawrence have got their rating up quite high. McCartney and Lawrence were both ex-lightweights. I don't think they're rowing lightweight these days, but they've got an ability to rate quite high, whereas Peter Dahl's quite a big man, and he's got a bit more power. He's a big ergometer puller, and a big tall guy, and he and Simmons are under rating, so they've got the potential to row down, but McCartney's got the look on them, and I reckon it's unlikely that the Black Mountain crew will come back to grab that lead. So it's going to be McCartney and Lawrence by a couple of lengths ahead of Dahl and Simmons. Then we come back to the Shoalhaven crew of Thirlwall and Basher, and the two Marist crews. Race 38 is the first division of the women's D-grade double. We've got Canberra Grammar in lane 1, Capital Lakes in lane 2, ANU in lane 3, Capital Lakes in lane 5, Canberra in lane 7. So the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 1 is Thompson and Merrifield. In Capital Lakes crew, we've got Madeline Jalia and Isabella McFarlane. In lane 3, ANU's Neep and Crooks. In lane 5, the Capital Lakes crew of Pippa Gray and Nell Washington. And in lane 7, Prashna Grath and Ramundo. These crews are just lining up at the moment. So the coaches of the respective crews, the Canberra Grammar crew are coached by Pat Curtin and Isabel Coleman. Di Jamieson and Neil Smith are coaching the Capital Lakes crews, and Edwin Bien is coaching the ANU crew, and the Canberra crew is coached by Anne Nicolai and Mark Kwiatkowski. So a little bit of a crosswind, but still quite good conditions. It's good to see the rain's cleared up, just so that the crews aren't sitting around in the rain and wet, but it was quite nice racing in the rain. But it's better for the spectators if there isn't any rain, so I think we've got quite a nice day, but just a little bit of a cross breeze has sprung up. And that's probably a bit harder to get some of the starts away. So the Capital Lakes crew of Pippa Gray and Nell Washington doing well. They're in lane 5. Also, the Capital Lakes crew, Ryan and Crick, are doing well. Still pretty close amongst these crews. Okay, this is the Capital Lakes crew, Jalia and McFarlane, and Gray and Washington. I think Canberra Grammar's crew of Thompson and Merrifield are doing very well. So the battle looks to be between Canberra Grammar, their number 1 crew of Thompson and Merrifield, the ANU crew of Neep and Crooks, and the Capital Lakes crew of Gray and Washington. Gray and Washington are leading, Pip Gray and Nell Washington. Over in lane 5. Second place is Gemma Thompson and Amalia Merrifield. Third place looks to be the ANU crew of Neep and Crooks. Then we come back to the Capital Lakes crew of Jalia and McFarlane. So that's a win to Capital Lakes. Gray and Washington ahead of Canberra Grammar, Thompson and Merrifield. Then we come back to the ANU crew of Neep and Crooks, and the second Capital Lakes crew of Jalia and McFarlane. Two of the, okay, so this next race is race 39, Division 2 of the women's D grade double. Capital Lakes in lane 1. This is Amelia Ryan and Caitlin Crick, coached by Di Jamison and Neil Smith. ANU's crew of Phoebe Barnes and India Kazakov, coached by Edwin Byrne. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar's crew of Grace Gordon, Natalie Wilson, coached by Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. In lane 5, Judy Walsh and Deb Cook of Canberra. In lane 6, Deb Steinman and Cindy Watt of Lake Tuggeranong. And in lane 7, Caitlin Donohoe Evans and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edwin Byrne in 7. So they're racing and underway. Okay, from the screenshot, it looks like the ANU crew doing well. That's Phoebe Barnes and India Kazakov. And they're being pushed by Canberra Grammar, Grace Gordon and Natalie Wilson. Capital Lakes are a few lengths back. Crew in lane 7's doing well. That's the ANU crew of Caitlin Donohoe Evans and Holly Kilmartin. Then we come back to Lake Tuggeranong, Canberra Rowing Club. So from the overhead shot, it looks like crew in lane 7 are leading, that's ANU. Battling it out with the Capital Lakes crew over in lane 1, with the ANU crew alongside them. Yeah, the overhead shot sort of suggests that ANU have got clear water on the rest of the field, but very close between Capital Lakes, ANU and probably maybe Canberra Rowing Club.
Hi, David.
So this is race 39, the second division of the women's D grade double. And it looks as though the ANU crew in lane 7 are comfortably out in front. Then it's a good battle between the crews over in lanes 1, no, mainly 2, so that's ANU and Canberra Grammar, with perhaps Lake Tuggeranong part of a group that are battling it out for second and third. But it looks a very comfortable win at this stage to Caitlin Douglas, Donohoe Evans and Holly Kilmartin, coached by Edwin Bean of ANU. Quite a big margin back to second and third, and quite a tight battle for second and third between ANU, Canberra Grammar and the Lake Tuggeranong crew. The experienced Lake Tuggeranong crew coming through and might be a chance to grab second. So that's going to be a good win to ANU. Caitlin Donohoe Evans and Holly Kilmartin. Second, it looks like it's going to be Lake Tuggeranong, Deb Steinman and Cindy Watt. Third's going to be the Canberra Grammar School. Grace Gordon and Natalie Wilson. Fourth is going to be Canberra Own Clubs, Judy Walsh and Deb Cook. Then we have Capital Lakes, Amelia Ryan and Caitlin Crick. And finally, oh no, yes, okay. .40 is the Masters Women's Quad. In lane 2 we've got the ANU crew of Adair Ferguson, Selena Rowland, Sarah Tynham, Diane Grant, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4 the Black Mountain crew, Susan Ackhurst, Kerry Hughes, Christine Young, Kate Freebody. In lane 6, the Australian Defence Force, Black Mountain, ANU, Capital Lakes composite crew of Annabel Reid, Virginia Haywood, Anna Signornati, Cyril Woodward, and in lane 7, the Black Mountain crew of Judith Abercrombie, Jenny Simmons, Jane Robertson and Courtney Toombs. The crew in lane 2 have been the basis of the ACT's State Masters crew for a couple of seasons and well-credentialed crew. The ADF composite crew includes members of the current ACT Masters Women's 8. So that would, on paper, be where you'd be looking for the fastest crews. So ANU are in lane 2 on the Belconnen side. Then we've got Black Mountain, then the ADF 4 Composite Club crew. Not sure, I think we might only have 3 starters. So ANU have well clear. Good battle between Black Mountain, their crew of Akehurst, Hughes, Young and Freebody. And the Defence Force ANU Black Mountain Capital Lakes Composite crew. So definitely the ANU crew in front. That's the crew of Ferguson, Rowland, Tynan and Grant. Bit of an upset, I think, with the Black Mountain crew leading the ADF composite crew. So that's the crew of Akehurst, Hughes, Young and Freebody. So quite interesting that the Black Mountain crews, they're not challenging the ANU crew, but they're certainly comfortably leading the ADF Black Mountain Capital Lakes crew. Yes, I can see why the ADF crew, composite crew, is not in contention here. They're actually rowing as a sweep oared crew with half the number of oars. So I think they loaded themselves up to have a bit of a challenging race, and they've definitely had that. So win to the ANU crew from the Black Mountain crew, and third is the 4 Club composite crew, rowing as a sweep oar, presumably as to get more sweep oar training in. Okay, we're coming up to race 41, the second division of the Masters Women's Quad. We've got Black Mountain, Bonnie, Nash, McMahon and Newman. ANU's crew of Blackwell, Bissica, Jones and Susan Donohoe. In lane 5, Black Mountain's number 1 crew, Nash, Hodgson, Poles and Gasson. And in lane 7, the Canberra crew of Connor, Carter, Dale Taylor and Jackie Nielsen. On paper, the Black Mountain crew of Nash, Hodgson, Poles and Gasson would be favourites. This is a very experienced crew. Several members have been part of the ACT Masters women's crew in the past. And they look to be leading from the other Black Mountain, fairly tight between the Black Mountain crew of Bonnie, Nash, McMahon and Newman and the ANU crew of Blackwell, Bissica, Jones and Donohoe. Then we come back to the Canberra crew of Connor, Carter, Dale Taylor and Nielsen. Okay, so the favourites for this event are definitely leading. That's Nash, Hodgson, Poles and Gasson. Looking quite tidy out the front. Good battle for second between the Black Mountain crew of Bonnie, Nash, McMahon and Newman. Just behind the ANU crew of Blackwell, Bissica, Jones and Donohoe. So that's going to be a win to Nash, Hodgson, Poles and Gasson. Ahead of the ANU crew, who are rowing sweep, which is quite impressive. So that's Blackwell, Bissica, Jones and Donohoe. Holding off the Black Mountain crew of Bonnie, Nash, McMahon and Newman. Then we've got Canberra's Connor, Carter, Dale Taylor and Nielsen. Race 42 is underway. It's the men's D grade quad. Race 42, so Canberra Grammar's number 1 crew in 1, the crew of Bud, Sheldon, Tranter, Outram, with Georgia Willett as the cocks, Luca Hehir and Ben Daniel as coaches. Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew, Jonathan Lamsey, James Robertson, Callum Bennett, Joe Hiles, Matty Hoggett is the cocks, Ben Daniel and Luca Hehir coaches. Canberra's crew of Tony Wilkes, Hilton Taylor, Chris Raymond and Bernie Ludwig, and Black Mountain's crew of Ben Balthazar, Andrew Bailey, Alistair Gregory and David White. So Canberra Grammar's number 1 crew are in a good battle with the Canberra crew. So I think the Canberra crew of Wilkes, Taylor, Raymond and Ludwig have come through to lead Bud, Sheldon, Tranter, Outram and Willett of Canberra Grammar. Still very close between those two crews. The Canberra Grammar coxswain is winding his crew up and they've got the rating right up. But it's a win to Canberra Rowing Club, just ahead of Canberra Grammar. Then we come back to Black Mountain and the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew. Race 43 is the women's D grade quad. In lane 1, Capital Lakes. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar's number 1 crew. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew. In lane 5, Shoalhaven. In lane 6, Canberra's 1 crew. And in lane 7, Canberra 2. Capital Lakes in lane 1 is Amelia Ryan, Isabel McFarlane, Madeline Jallier, Caitlin Crick, Jeanette Ryan in the coxswain seat, Di Jamison and Neil Smith coaches. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar's crew, Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer, Sophie Gray's the cox, coaches Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. In lane 3, Susie Lang, Lara McLean, Tessa Erskine, Imogene Horn, Georgia Willett and Sarah Peterswald and Mark Halpin. In lane 5, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Sharon Farrell, Robin Wakefield, Linda Eddington, Coach Dave Eddington. And then in lane 6, the Canberra 1 crew, Harriet Horsfeld, Prashi Nagrath, Caitlin Morgan, Gabby Pitcock, coached by Anne Nikolai and Mark Kwiatkowski. And in lane 7, Isabella Petka, Elizabeth Wilson, Nicole Hay, Alison McMaster and Nikolai and Kwiatkowski are the coaches. Some of these crews are coxed. School crews tend to be coxed and the adult crews tend to be coxless. So the coxless boats start behind, 7 seconds behind, and have to catch up the crews with the added weight of the coxswain. Okay, they're still touching it up, I think. So the starter's having to handle a little bit of a cross breeze. Okay, I think they're underway. Yes, all crews are now underway. So we'd expect the crews that are in lanes 1, 2 and 3 to be leading off the start, because they've got coxes and therefore they're starting ahead of the coxless boats. So we've got race 43, the women's D-grade quad. The Canberra crew in lane 7 are leading. And the closest competition is one of the Canberra Grammar crews. Canberra Grammar number 1. But this is a big win coming up. To the Canberra Rowing Club crew over in lane 7. This is a crew of Pitka, Wilson, Hay, McMaster, and they're leading from Canberra Grammar. The crew in lane 2 of Darcy, Oliver, Duncan, Limmer and Sophie Gray. The schoolgirls are battling another Canberra Rowing Club crew. So Canberra across the line first in lane 7. Then another Canberra crew just ahead of Canberra Grammar. So the second Canberra crew across, that's Horsford, Nagrath, Morgan and Pidcock. Just ahead of Canberra Grammar's number 1 crew. Then we've got Shoalhaven and the Canberra Grammar number 2 crew with Capital Lakes coming home. Race 44 is the men's D grade double, C grade double. The first division, and we've got Marist, Nicholas Davies and William Davies. In lane 2, Canberra Grammar's Felix Brighton Knight with Joseph Wigham, coached by David Gwyn-Jones and Chris Polachannon. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar's David Goiser and William Robertson, again coached by Gwyn-Jones and Polachannon. In lane 5, Radford's Jake Shulman-Rogers and Hamish Roberts. In lane 6, Radford's Oliver Fox and Hunter Jolly. And in lane 7, Jackson Boyd, Connor Scott, coached by Tom Hayes, Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. So race 44 is underway. The first division of the men's C double. Marist in 1, Canberra Grammar in 2, Canberra Grammar in 3, Radford in 5, Radford in 6, Canberra in 1. From the screenshot, the Radford crew of Shaman Rogers and Hamish Roberts are doing well. Look to be well clear of the rest of the field, very close between the remaining crews. So this is the crew in lane 5. So Marist and the 2 Canberra Grammar crews look to be alongside each other and fairly close, but a big margin now between Radford's Shaman Rogers and Roberts and the rest of the field. And it looks like from the overhead shot that Radford's number 2 crew are second. And not much between the remaining crews. But Radford, Shaman Rogers and Roberts are really well out in front here. So this is race 44, the men's C double, over 1,800 metres. Looks to be quite a high standard double, this Shaman Rogers and Roberts. It may be some of their senior squad breaking up their quads into doubles to give them an additional race. But this is quite tidy sculling out the front of this C-grade doubles race. And it does look as though it's going to be Radford first and second, with the second Radford crew of Fox and Jolly grabbing second place. Quite close between the remaining crews, particularly the Marist crew and the 2 Canberra Grammar crews, and also the Canberra crew over in lane 7. So Radford's crew of Jake Shaman Rogers and Hamish Roberts rowing good length and very together. So high quality sculling from those two. Coming back for second is Fox and Jolly, and again a big margin between second and third. Third at this stage looks like it might be the Canberra Rowing Club crew. Marist have got a charge on. Ooh, very close. Probably Canberra, then Marist, then the 2 Grammar crews, I think, but it may very close for third. second division of the men's C double is underway. We have Canberra Grammar's number 3 crew, Chris Ryan and Hugh Andrew, coached by David Gwynne-Jones and Chris Polachannon. Marist's crew of Ruben Mudge and Tom Newnham. Radford's Matthew Wang and Charlie Stewart. Canberra's Eden Mordecai and Zach Levine, coached by Hayes, Kwiatkowski and Brown. The Marist College crew of Charlie Penrose and Caleb Lloyd. And Canberra's crew of Dara Hayes, Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Hayes, Kwiatkowski and Brown. I think the Canberra crew of Hayes and Tomanovitz are leading. They're over in lane 7 on the Western Park side. Good battle with Marist, Penrose and Lloyd. No, I don't think that's... No, it's not Penrose and Lloyd, it's Canberra's Mordecai. So we've got 2 Canberra crews battling it out. Hayes and Tomanovitz and Mordecai and Levine. Then we come back to Radford's Wang and Stewart. On lane 1, Ryan and Andrew of Canberra Grammar still doing in contention for a place, but it looks like the crew in lane 7, Hayes and Tomanovitz, just got the jump on their club mates Mordecai and Levine. Good battle for third between Radford and Canberra Grammar, with perhaps Canberra Grammar coming through.
Come on, Radford!
Very close between the 2 Canberra crews. Hayes and Tomanovitz being rowed down by Mordecai and Levine. Very close between those 2. I think Mordecai and Levine might have just got it. Radford beat Grammar for the 3rd place. Then we come back to the 2 Marist crews. '46 is underway. The women's C grade double, the 1st division. Canberra Grammar, Robson and Pascoe, coached by Sarah Cook. Radford's Holmes and Dwight in 2. Sweeney and Carnegie of Canberra in 3, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4, ANU's Richards and Khan, coached by Nigel Harding. Ella Horn and Claudia Downs for Capital Lakes in 5. Charlotte Ryan and Harriet Wallace of ANU in 6, coached by Nigel Harding. And Canberra Girls Grammar, Gilbo and Charles. So it looks like Ella Horn and Claudia Downs from Capital Lakes, now coached by Renee Domashantz, are leading this race ahead of Charlotte Wallace and Charlotte Ryan and Harriet Wallace of ANU, with the other ANU crew of Louisa Richards and Catherine Kahn doing well. I hope I'm calling this correctly. May actually be an ANU crew out in front. So definitely ANU colours out in front. And it is lane 4, so it's Richards and Kahn. Richards and Kahn of ANU, comfortably out in front, with Charlotte Ryan and Harriet Wallace also of ANU, then Sweeney and Carnegie of Canberra. Then a good battle between the Capital Lakes crew and the Canberra Grammar crew, with Capital Lakes coming home, well, very close actually. Canberra Grammar just ahead of Capital Lakes. And then Redford, Homshin Dwight. And Canberra Girls Grammar. Race 47's underway, the second division of the women's C grade double. Lane 1, Canberra Grammar, Girls Grammar, Bridgewater and Natey. In lane 2, ANU's Kelly and Lambden, coached by Harding, Hunter and Bien. In lane 3, Radford's Sampson and Truswell. In lane 5, Capital Lakes, Washington and Gray. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar's Perry Dalton and Davis, and in lane 7 ANU's Chen and Francis Brown, coached by Bien. So I've only got 4 crews, so I'm having to guess a little bit as to who hasn't made the start. Does look like ANU leading, so I reckon that's Kelly and Lambden. I can definitely see Canberra Girls Grammar. They're in about third place, and that means ANU's got first and second at this stage. So coming up to the line, it's the crew in lane 2, Kelly and Lambden from ANU, ahead of Megan Chen and Mackenzie Francis Brown from ANU in second. Then we've got 2 Canberra Girls Grammar crews. In third place, the crew of Alex Perry Dalton, Abby Davis, and then the crew of Claudia Bridgewater and Caitlin Natey. Race 48 is the men's A, B and C grade 8s. We've got 3 crews, Canberra's number 1 and 2 crews in lanes 3 and 7, and Radford College in lane 5. So this is the men's 8. And the Canberra crew in lane 7 are Jaden Peters, Matt Norton, Ethan Peters, Raphael Priest, Cormac Hayes, Tyron Borman, Tom Perry, Nick Barnier, Alex McDonough, Cox, Kwiatkowski and Brown as the coaches. They're well clear, 6 or 7 lengths ahead of Radford. So that's the crew of Oliver Bailey, Campbell Kruger, Chris Bush, Harrison Lonsdale, Ethan Toscan, Angus Walker, Sam Roberts, Will Gregory and Ben Heatley as the cocks. They're about a length in front of the Canberra number 2 crew of Tom Trove, James Robertson, Sam Goldspring, Aaron Garner, John Cooper, Alvar Closest, Cameron O'Neill, Seb Lang and Jess Winnell. Race 49 is underway. That's the equivalent women's events for A, B and C8s. We've got 2 Canberra Girls Grammar crews in lanes 3 and 7 and Radford College in lane 5. At this stage, this looks to be a closer race than the previous race. All of these are schoolgirl crews. So Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew is Holly Irvine, Savannah Van Geelen, Alex Mulligan, Sophia Champion de Crispini, Amelia Farrell, Alice Collins, Abigail Merkel, Adie Lewis, Georgia Gathercole is the cocks. Radford's crew is Eliza Lilly, Jobin Hall, Mia Cluth, Zoe McIntosh, Hannah Sampson, Josephine Truswell, Hannah Hardy, Nikita Crabb, Stuart Ward is the cocks. Canberra Girls Grammar number 1 crew, Neve James, Madeline McGuinness, Oliver Natty, Lauren Goldie, Georgina Wallace, Jenna Order, Ashley Burns, Charlotte Gross and Andrea Newnham. Relatively close between these crews. Canberra Girls Grammar have shown a lot of good form in various school girl H races, and they look to be leading. Good battle for second between Radford and the Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew. Canberra Girls Grammar number 1 crew showing very clean technique. And building quite a substantial lead over the rest of the field. Canberra Girls Grammar are holding off Radford. So Canberra Girls Grammar, quite a comfortable winner in this particular race, showing good length round the front of the turn, good lock up, not missing much round the catch, coming home fairly comfortably from Canberra Girls Grammar's number 2 crew, who are beating Radford by about 1 length. So that was a win to Canberra Girls Grammar, their number 1 crew, by quite a few lengths from Canberra Girls Grammar number 2 crew and Radford. 50 is our next race at normally starting about now. It's the men's A and B double, the first division. So we've got ANU's number 1 crew, Lucas Hepton and Angus Harding, coached by Colin McKenzie. Canberra's number 1, Damien Schroeder, Raphael Priest, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeff Brown. The Canberra ANU crew of Hamish Harding and Tom Perry, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar's Nick Fitzgerald and Jack Gardner, coached by David King Jones and Chris Polchanan. And in lane 7, Morris's Harvey Elwood and Alex Elwood. Cruiser Racing. On paper, the crew of Hamish Harding and Tom Perry would be favourites for this race, coached by ACT coach Dave Romano. It'll be interesting to see how close they are pushed, both of them new national standard rowers, have been members of the ACT lightweight 4 that were place getters last time we held a national championships. Perry's actually represented Australia and some seasons ago, but continues to train very hard and is still capable of pushing the best of the local athletes, including the national team members. So watch out for that particular crew. They should be quite a force. Now, from the finish line, I reckon they're leading quite substantially, which is what I had predicted. Very close between the remaining crews. So Harding and Perry out in front. Quite close between the Canberra crew and Canberra Grammar for second. with Marist maybe a length or so further back. So Perry and Harding are building their lead even more. Quite a tidy looking double. A lot of trust between these guys. Although they've not rowed a double before, they've rowed in crew boats. And showing their class, more than 10 lengths win. Second looks like it might be the Canberra Rowing Club crew of Damien Schroeder and Raphael Priest, but they're being pushed hard by Canberra Grammar's Nick Fitzgerald and Jack Gardner. So second was Schroeder and Priest. Then we have Canberra Grammar's Fitzgerald and Gardner. And then Marist College, Elwood and Elwood. Race 51 is the men's A and B double, second division. In lane 1, Matt Norton and Jaden Peters, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeff Brown. Marist College's Kay Martin and Jack Miller. ANU's Luca Hahir and Ross Bartho, coached by Charlie McKenzie. Riley Chifley and Bryn Hart from Marist. Lachlan Kirkpatrick and Lachlan Byrne of Canberra Grammar, coached by David Gwyn Jones and Chris Polichanen. I can see 4 crews. I can see a couple of Marist crews. Canberra Grammar. Okay, I think the Canberra crew that started in lane 2 swapped lanes with Marist. So this would be the Canberra crew of Norton and Peters. Pair of ex-grammar students who've continued on with the sport. Norton's another lightweight rower. I'm not sure if he's still planning to row lightweight, but he certainly was lightweight a season or so ago. And they're having a good row here. Norton and Peters from Canberra, ahead of the Marist crew of Riley Chifley and Bryn Hart. Then we come back to Canberra Grammar's Kirkpatrick and Byron, and the Marist crew of Martin and Miller. Next up is the Women's AB double scull. In lane 1, ANU's Lily Reardon and Alex Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding and Dave Romano. ANU's Elizabeth Gregory and Elena Moran. Then ANU's Sophie Gerapatridis and Annika Reardon, coached by Nigel Harding. And the Canberra Grammar School double of Zoe Bond and Madeline Vag, coached by Sarah Cook. 3 only crews. So we've definitely got 2 ANU and 1 Canberra Grammar. I'd be guessing as to which of the 2 out of 3 we've got. Who's scratched from this? Lanes.
Race 52. Is this race 52 bags?
Yeah.
Okay, race 52 is only the invitation one I've got in lane 6 that's scratched.
Oh, that makes no sense. So, coming up to the line, it's ANU, Jerapatridis and Reardon, ahead of Reardon and Moylan, and third place is Bond and Vag of Canberra Grammar. Race 53 is the Schoolboy Year 10 quad. In lane 1, Canberra Grammar's number 1 crew, Hawkins, Russell, Beauregard, Kazakov and McDonald is the Cox. Coaches Ben Johnson, Edwin Herr Thompson. Radford's crew of Oliver Fox, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sheeman Roberts, Hamish Roberts, Heath Shaw is Cox. Marist number 1 crew, Darcy James, Digby Blacker, Ben Vardy, Jesse Rosen, Liam Motherway, Cox. Then we've got in lane 4, Marist number 2, Owen Atkinson, Jonah Penrose, Xander Wild, David Birch, Tom Penrose, Cox. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew, Edward Jade, Tom Ferranazaro, Alma Mohammed Badir, Kieran Garwood, Joshua Heyman, Cox. Coaches Ben Johnson, Edwin Herr Thompson. Radford's crew of Connor Jacopino, Curtis Garrett, Jan Webber, Aidan Roberts, Mackenzie Jolly is the Cox. And then in lane 7, we've got Canberra Grammar's number 3 crew. Gian Bonanza, Oliver Chisholm, Jack Higgins, Josh Steinman, Xavier Hayward, coaches Ben Johnson, Edwin Herr Thompson. So these are year 10s and they're racing over 1800. So they've moved from the previous year where they would have been racing over 1,000. So it's about learning it's an endurance sport. And we can see that the Canberra Grammar number 1 crew in lane 1 are leading fairly comfortably. Ahead of Radford College number 1. Then we go back to Marist number 1. And then it's a battle between Radford's number 2 and Grammar's number 2, I think. So coming up to the line, this is a well-performed Canberra Grammar crew. Couple of lengths ahead of Radford. Quite good rivalry between these two school programs over many years. Canberra Grammar first, Radford's number 1 crew second, Marist number 1 crew third, Radford's number 2 crew fourth, Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew fifth. Then we come back to Marist number 2 crew and Canberra Grammar's number 3 crew. It's quite a good, solid race, good hit out for both those leading 2 or 3 crews. Race 54 is the schoolgirl Year 10 quads. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1. That's Anna Binns, Madeline Garner, Yasmin Sadhu, Bridget Mardalt, Caitlin Water as the cocks. Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew, Beatrice Alexander, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie Mackay, Amelia Mukherjee, coaches Pat Curtin and Isabel Coleman. Canberra Grammar's number 1, Jaya Rayanga, Hayla Noyes, Gemma Thompson, Amalia Merrifield, Poppy Richard as the cocks, Pat Curtin and Isabel Coleman as coaches, and Radford's Ellie Maglias, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell, Sophia Teschendorf, Hannah Sampson is the cocks. Again, this is over 1800. Well, from the finish line, it looks like we've got Canberra Grammar leading. We're from another Canberra Grammar crew. With Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd place. No show from Radford. So that's the Canberra Grammar number 1 crew. ahead of Canberra Grammar's number 2 crew. And then we come back to Canberra Girls Grammar, their single crew in the Year 10 quad. Race 55, the next one down, is the first division of the men's D grade single. In lane 1, we've got Shoalhaven's Anthony Weaver. In lane 3, Canberra Grammar's Dylan Outram. In lane 4, ANU's Andrew Wade, coached by Charlie McKenzie. In lane 5, Canberra's Andrew Weston, coached by Jeff Brown and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 6, Stephen Trowell. In lane 7, Canberra Grammar's Magnus Tranter. didn't bring them. Okay, race 55, the men's D grade single, first division. Weaver of Shoalhaven in 1. Outram of Canberra Grammar in 3. Andrew Wade of ANU. Andrew Weston of Canberra. Steve Trowell of Black Mountain. And Magnus Tranter. So the sculler in lane 2 is doing well. Dylan Outram from Canberra Grammar. Very close between him, Andrew Wade of ANU, Andrew Weston of Canberra, Steve Trowell of Black Mountain. So I think the Canberra Grammar sculler is doing well. Yeah, so definitely the leader is Canberra Grammar's Dylan Outram. Stephen Trowell's doing well and may well grab second, very experienced Masters sculler. Sculler in lane 5, Andrew Weston of Canberra. Might get fourth. The other Canberra Grammar sculler, Magnus Tranter, grabs third behind Trowell. Very close between lanes 1 and 5. That's Shoalhaven's Anthony Weaver and Canberra's Andrew Weston. I'm going to hand across to commentary to Renee Domashens.
So we've got race 56, the men's grade D single scull, the second division coming down over 1,000 metres. So they've got about 500 metres to go. In lane 1, James Robertson from Canberra Grammar. In lane 3, Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club. In lane 4, Ted Hall from Black Mountain. In lane 5, from Capital Lakes, Dario Beltrami. In lane 6, from Radford College, Rohan White. And in lane 7, from Canberra Grammar, Joe Hiles. So coming towards the finish line, it looks like the Radford sculler Rohan White and the Canberra sculler Chris Raymond having a good battle here for first place. And then also a battle for second place, James Robertson from Canberra Grammar and Dario from Capital Lakes. But looks like the Radford sculler might just have his bow ball in front here in this last 100 metres. So Rohan White from Radford College. Lane 3 is coming home pretty fast. So it looks like the Radford College rower, Rohan White, is the winner of that race, followed by Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club in second place. A race for third still between James Robertson and Dario Beltrami. And it'll be James Robertson from Canberra Grammar in lane 1 in third place. And in lane 5 from Capital Lakes, Dario Beltrami in fourth place. And race 57, the third division of the men's Grade D single scull, coming down the course now, also over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Martin Little from Canberra Rowing Club. In lane 2, Callum Bennett from Canberra Grammar. In lane 4, Harry Budd from Canberra Grammar. In lane 5, Elliot Jallia from Capital Lakes. In lane 6, from Canberra Grammar, Riley Sheldon. And in lane 7, from Shoalhaven, Mark Thirlwall. So Division 3 of the men's D-grade single scull. So this last 500 metres looks like out in lane 7 from Shoalhaven. It's having a bit of a battle with Capital Lakes in lane 5, Elliot Jallia. Both rowers starting to make a move for the line now. Looks like Mark Thirlwall from Shoalhaven at the moment has just got his canvas in front. Elliot's just picking up his rate though. Over in lane 1, Martin Little from Canberra Rowing Club coming home in 3rd place. And then the battle at the back with the Canberra Grammar rowers. "100 metres to the finish. Looks like the Shoalhaven rower, Mark Thirlwall in lane 7. It's going to take 1st place. 2nd place to Elliot Jallia from Capital Lakes in lane 5. Coming home in 3rd place in lane 1 is Martin Little from Canberra Rowing Club. In 4th place is going to be Harry Budd in lane 4 from Canberra Grammar. A battle for 5th and 6th place here. And looks like Riley Sheldon from Canberra Granite will come in 5th place. And from lane 2, Callum Bennett in 6th place. So we've got Division 4, the men's Grade D single scull, 1,000 metres off and running now. So we've got lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Steve Graskowiak. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, Peter Dahl. In lane 5 from CGS Masters, Alan Carey. And in lane 7 from Black Mountain, Stephen Merchant. So we're coming to the last 500. Bit of a battle here for first place. Capital Lakes, Black Mountain, and Black Mountain. Looks like lane 7 from Black Mountain, Steve Merchant might just have his canvas in front of Peter Dahl and Steve Groskowiak. As we come to the last 100 metres, a bit of a battle between the two Black Mountain rowers here for first place. Sitting in third is Steve Groskowiak in lane 1. It's going to go to lane 7, Stephen Merchant from Black Mountain. Close second place in lane 3, Peter Dahl. Third place, Steve Groskowiak in lane 1. And fourth place to lane 5, Alan Carey from CGS Masters. We're just waiting on race 59. Just going to get off to a second start with this race, the women's Grade D single scull Division 1. Just had one of our scullers take a bit of a dip this afternoon because she's back in the boat, and they're just putting them back into line to restart the race. So the women's Grade D single scull Division 1, race 59. So lane 1, Canberra Grammar, Natalie Wilson. In lane 2, from Capital Lakes, Isabella McFarland. In lane 4, from Canberra Grammar, Madison Duncan. In lane 5, from Radford College, Mia Cluth. In lane 6, from Canberra Grammar, Alicia Limmer. And in lane 7, from Capital Lakes, Philippa Gray. So race 59, Division 1, women's Grade D single scull, off and running for the second time. All rowers coming down the course safely. Looks like the sculler in lane 5 from Radford College, Mia Cluth, has got herself out the front. So Philippa Gray from Capital Lakes out in lane 7. And Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar in lane 4, following behind. With about 250 metres to go, looks like Mia Cluth from Radford College has got a clear lead in front of Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar, and Philippa Gray from Capital Lakes out in lane 7. Looks like the battle is on for second place here, as Mia Cluth pulling away from Radford College in the lead. Philippa Gray from Capital Lakes and Madison Duncan from Canberra Grammar. Both starting to sprint home now for that second place position. At first place will go to lane 5 from Radford College, Mia Cluth. Just about to come over the finish line now. And lane 4, Canberra Grammar, Madison Duncan's pushed herself into second place here, making a run away from Philippa Gray over in lane 7 from Capital Lakes, who will come through in third place. And Isabella McFarlane from Capital Lakes in lane 2. She'll come over in fourth place. Fifth place from Canberra Grammar in lane 6, Alicia Limmer, at 50 metres from the line. And in sixth place in lane 1, Natalie Wilson from Canberra Grammar. And coming into the last 500 is race 60, the women's grade D single scull second division. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Amelia Ryan. Imogen Horn in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar. Lara McLean, Canberra Grammar in lane 5. Madeline Jallia, Capital Lakes in lane 6. And Tessa Erskine from Canberra Grammar in lane 7. So Division 2. Looks like lane 1 and lane 7 at the moment. So Tessa Erskine from Canberra Grammar in lane 7 and Amelia Ryan from Capital Lakes in lane 1. Imogen Horn quite close behind in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar. I'm just getting a bit of crosswind down here in the last 250 metres. Still battle on though, still that battle happening for first place. Amelia Ryan in lane 1, Tessa Erskine in lane 7, but also Imogen Horn in lane 2, making her sprint for the finish. She's on the stern now of Amelia Ryan, who's now picked up her rate as well. So this last 100 metres, lane 1 and lane 7, lane 2 right behind. Looks like lane 1 is making her sprint for the finish now. And she'll come across the line first. Amelia Ryan from Capital Lakes in lane 1. Lane 2, Imogen Horn from Canberra Grammar in second place. Tessa Erskine from Canberra Grammar in third place. Madeline Jallia in fourth place from Capital Lakes. And in fifth place is lane 5, Lara McLean from Canberra Grammar. race 61, Division 3 of the women's D grade single scull. Looks like we've got Susie Lang from Canberra Grammar in lane 1, Isabella Darcy in Canberra Grammar lane 2, Grace Gordon, Canberra Grammar in lane 4. So Division 3, coming into the last 500 now. Looks like lane 2 from Canberra Grammar's Isabella Darcy. Closely followed by Grace Gordon and Caitlin Crick in lanes 4 and 7. Right, in the last 250, just as we hit this crosswind, looks like the Canberra Grammar rower Isabella Darcy in lane 2. It's got her boat in front, pretty close for second place. Grace Gordon and Caitlin Crick in lanes 4 and 7. And then Susie Lang in lane 1 from Canberra Grammar, currently in 4th place. So this last 100 metres or so, the women's Division 3. And it's going to be Isabella Darcy in lane 2 from Canberra Grammar. She's going to come across in 1st place. Pretty close for second here. Bit of a push from lane 4. Grace Gordon from Canberra Grammar. She's going to take that 2nd spot. Caitlin Crick over in lane 7 from Capital Lakes will take 3rd. And in lane 1, Susie Lang from Canberra Grammar taking 4th spot. Right behind them is race 62 in the last 500 metres of the men's grade E double scull. Division 1, Radford College, Finlay Robinson and Hamish Gadden in lane 3. Tim Artelaris and Barlin Flew in lane 6 from ANU. And Billy Bromley and Elliot Jallier from Capital Lakes in lane 7. So 3 crews, E grade double scull, coming into the last 250. Looks like the Radford boys, Finlay Robinson and Hamish Gadden in lane 3, got themselves out in front. Pretty close for second. Maybe just the ANU crew in lane 6, just got an edge on lane 7 from Capital Lakes. But it is the Radford crew, Finlay Robinson and Hamish Gadden in lane 3. Holding a good lead. Putting their blades in the water really well here in the crosswind. Still a battle for second though between ANU and Capital Lakes. Both crews starting to come towards the finish line. But a clear lead here in lane 3. Radford College, Finlay Robinson and Hamish Gadden will come through in first place. Still a chase on here for second though. Looks like Capital Lakes are just making a move on ANU. And they'll just come over the line about half a length from ANU in third place. So Capital Lakes second, ANU in third place. Race 63, the men's grade E double scull Division 2 coming down the course now. 5 crews on the list in lane 1 from Black Mountain, Ted Hall and David Nash. In lane 2 from Black Mountain, Ian Mongan and Henry Bridgewater. In lane 3 from Black Mountain, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. In lane 5 from Canberra Rowing Club, Brent Ryan and Rod Kaplick. And in lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Stephen Quaken and Bradley Sewell. And it looks like lane 2 got themselves in front here from Black Mountain, Ian Mongan and Henry Bridgewater. Either side of them, the other 2 Black Mountain crews, Ted Hall, David Nash, Richard Martin, Philip Winkworth, lanes 1 and 3. As we approach the last 500, lane 2 from Black Mountain, still holding that lead. Second place, a battle from Black Mountain, 1 and 3 crews. And then the battle behind them between Canberra Rowing Club and Shoalhaven. But a clear lead here in lane 2. Ian Mongan and Henry Bridgewater. Still close for second place between Ted Hall, David Nash in lane 1 and Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth in lane 3. Looks like lane 1 is just starting their sprint home. But clear winners of this race, 63. Division 2 is going to be Ian Mongan and Henry Bridgewater from Black Mountain. They'll cross the line in first place. Still pretty close here for second place. Both crews now. It's going to be lane 1. Ted Hall and David Nash coming through in second. About half a length from lane 3, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth. And a battle here for 4th and 5th, still 100 metres to the finish line, but Canberra Rowing Club, Brett Ryan and Rod Kaplick, and Shoalhaven, Stephen Quakin and Bradley Sewell. For 4th and 5th. Looks like the Canberra Rowing Club crew just putting in some extra strokes here towards the finish line. Just pulling out to a length now. They'll come home in 4th place. And then over in lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Stephen Quakin and Bradley Sewell in 5th place. And off and running from the 1,000 metre mark is race 64, Division 1 of the Women's Grade E Double Scull. In lane 1 from Canberra, Ella Boyd and Lucy O'Sullivan. In lane 3 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford and Samantha Burns. In lane 4 from Radford College, Anne V. Gupta and Audrey Potter. In lane 5 from Radford College, Eliza Lilly and Siobhan Hall. In lane 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Willow Kerlewis and Eddie Matheson Hull. And in lane 7 from Radford College, Bella Schofield and Matilda Chapman. Looks like we've got a Radford crew out the front here in the last 500. Well, quite a big lead, this Radford crew. We have Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford and Samantha Burns in lane 3, sitting in 2nd place. Being chased down by Canberra Rowing Club's Ella Boyd and Lucy O'Sullivan. And as these ladies keep racing through this last 250, it's the crosswind here, just picking up a little. Looks like lane 5, Eliza Lilly and Siobhan Hall from Radford College. Big lead here to come over in first place. About 100 metres back is lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar, Olivia Crawford and Samantha Burns. And there's a race for third place here. Canberra Rowing Club's Ella Boyd and Lucy O'Sullivan and the Radford crew of Amphi Gupta and Audrey Potter racing for third here. The Canberra crew just picking up their rate now. Both crews looking across at each other, trying to make the sprint home. For third place, it's going to be a tight one. Oh, it's going to be a pretty tight one. I think perhaps Canberra Rowing Club might have come through in third place there. In lane 4, Amphi Gupta and Audrey Potter from Radford College in fourth place. In fifth place is going to be Bella Schofield and Matilda Chapman. And the Canberra Girls Grammar, Willow Kerr-Lewis and Eddie Matheson Hall from lane 6, coming home in 6th place. And race 65, Division 2 of the Women's Grade E Double Scull, 1,000 metres coming down the course now. Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington in lane 1. Lane 3, Jenny Thomas and Anna Baker from Lake Tuggeranong. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabel Warsick and Amelia McKellar. In lane 5 from Black Mountain, Cecile Young, Christine Young. Shoalhaven's Mary Ambrose and Sharon Farrell in lane 6. And Deb Steineman and Cindy Watt in lane 7. So as they're coming to the last 500, bit of a race between Shoalhaven out in lane 1 and Black Mountain over in lane 5. But it's Cecile Young and Christine Young from Black Mountain in lane 5. Got themselves out in front of lane 1 from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington. Good challenge coming over from Lake Tuggeranong in lane 7, Deb Steinem and Cindy Watt. But as we come towards the line, it is lane 5, Black Mountain, Cecile Young and Christine Young. Going to take a clear win here in Division 2. Followed behind them in lane 1, Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington in second place. Third place is going to come from lane 7, Blake Tuggerong, Deb Steinman and Cindy Watt. There's a race on for fourth here between Canberra Girls Grammar and Shoalhaven 2 in lane 1. But it's going to be Girls Grammar Crew in lane 4. Isabel Warsick and Amelia McKellar come through in fourth. Very close, Shoalhaven in lane 6. And sixth place going to be from Lake Tuggerong's Jenny Thomas and Anna Baker. On the course now is race 66, the men's grade D and E pair, 1,000 metres. 3 crews, Canberra Rowing Club, Dermot Ballum and Stephen Boyd in lane 3. ADF Rowing, Ben Farrell and Paul Pettigrew in lane 5. And Canberra Rowing Club's Tony Wilkes and Peter Laidlaw in lane 7. It looks like ADF Rowing right in the centre of the course as we come into this last 300 metres or so. We have this crosswind just moving towards Western Park here in the last section of the course with the ADF Rowing crew of Ben Farrell and Paul Pettigrew. Got a good lead over Tony Wilkes and Peter Laidlaw over in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club. Coming into the finish line now from ADF Rowing is Ben Farrell and Paul Pettigrew. They'll take first place. And some way back in lane 7, but in second place will be Tony Wilkes and Peter Laidlaw. And then in third place, Dermot Ballum and Stephen Boyd from Canberra Rowing Club. Right behind them comes race 67, the women's grade D and E pair, also over 1,000 metres. 2 crews, ANU, Elaine Bissiker and Sue Donoghue in lane 3, Sarah Tynan and Diane Grant in lane 5, also from ANU. Coming towards the last 250, these 2 ANU crews in the women's grade D and E pair. Looks like Sarah Tynan and Diane Grant over in lane 5. Got a lead over Elaine Bissiker and Sue Donoghue in lane 3. In the last 100 metres, a big lead here from Sarah Tynan and Dion Grant from ANU in lane 5. They'll take first place. And then behind them will come also ANU crew, Elaine Bissica and Sue Donahue in second place. We move back out to 1800 metres now. Race 68, the men's grade C coxed and coxless quad scull. We've got 3 coxed boats. Radford College in lane 1, coxed by Nicola Allenby. Canberra Grammar in lane 2, coxed by Xavier Haywood. And Marist College in lane 4, coxed by Archie Blackett. They will go on the start call. And then 2 coxless crews, 7 seconds behind them, Radford College, Ethan Toscan, Harrison Lonsdale, Angus Walker and Sam Roberts. And next to them in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club, Eden Mordyke, Zach Levine, Alex Tomonovitz and Dara Hayes. Just a reminder to those in the boat park on Western Park, as we're nearing the end of the regatta, as you are packing up and leaving the boat park, please make sure you take your rubbish with you, discard it appropriately. Looks like we're underway now. Race 68, the men's grade C coxed or coxless quad scull. Radford College in lane 1, Canberra Grammar in lane 2, Marist College in lane 4, Radford College in lane 5, and Canberra Rowing Club in lane 7. So in the early stages of the race, it looks like lane 1, Radford College, Christopher Bush, Hunter Jolly, Jake Schiemann Rogers and Hamish Roberts, coxed by Nicola Allenby. I've got a good start. Also looks like the Radford College crew and the Canberra Rowing Club crew, both coxless quads in lanes 5 and 7, also had a good start. As we come through the halfway mark, just past the halfway mark, looks like the Radford College Coxless squad, Ethan Toscan, Harrison Lonsdale, Angus Walker and Sam Roberts has chased down their Radford College Cox crew over in lane 1. In third place, over in lane 7, Canberra Rowing Club's Coxless quad, Eden Mordyke, Zach Levine, Alex Tamonovitz and Dara Hayes, currently in third place. A clear lead now from Radford College 1 and the Coxless squad from lane 5. Second place is the Radford College 2 crew, coxed by Nicola Allenby, sitting in second place. Third place, the Canberra Rowing Club, Coxless squad in lane 7. As we come into the last 400 metres of the race, into this crosswind over the finish line, it is the Radford crew over in lane 5. Coxless squad of Ethan Toscan, Harrison Lonsdale, Angus Walker and Sam Roberts. Got a clear lead now. Doing a great job over in lane 1 is the Radford College Cox crew. Christopher Bush, Hunter Jolly, Jake Skeeman Rogers and Hamish Roberts, coxed by Nicola Allenby. Sitting in second. Canberra Rowing Club still sitting over in lane 7 in third. But it's the Coxless crew of Radford College winding for home now here in lane 5. Pretty solid work from this crew on this last 250. They'll come over the line in first place. And in lane 1, also Radford College, their Cox crew. Coming through in second place. Third place will be the Canberra Rowing Club crew, Eden Mordyke, Zach Levine, Alex Tamonovitz and Dara Hayes. They'll come through in third. A good 100 metres or so back, the Marist College crew, Thomas Noonan, Charlie Penrose, Michael Keating, Caleb Lloyd, coxed by Archie Blacker. They'll come through in fourth place. And a length or so behind them will be the Canberra Grammar crew in lane 2. As we await race 69, just a reminder that first aid is provided at the Rowing ACT tent. So any first aid requirements, please visit the staff at the Rowing ACT tent on Western Park. They'll be able to assist you. The race now underway is race 69, the women's grade C coxed or coxless quad scull, Division 1. Looks like we have 5 crews, all coxless quad sculls this afternoon. In lane 1, Canberra Rowing Club's Isabella Pitka, Elizabeth Wilson, Nicole Hay and Alison McMaster. In lane 3, from Radford College, Olivia Hickey, Claudia Kendall, Bridget Keller-Cole and Ellen Mihalovic. In lane 5, from Canberra Rowing Club, Alexandra Madonna, Prachi Nagra, Caitlin Morgan and Gabby Pitcock. In lane 6, from ANU, Sarah Peterswald, Dominic Cotty, Phoebe Barnes and Jordan Crooks. And in lane 7, from ANU, Tia Knepp, Nicola Mathelson, Holly Kilmartin and Megan Chen. And some great footage from our live stream today. Looks like the Radford crew just got themselves in front at the moment in lane 3. Closely followed though by lanes 1, Canberra Rowing Club. Some adventurous steering there in the middle of the course, but they seem to have settled now, got a good line. As we come past the halfway mark, still the Radford College crew in lane 3, sitting out the front. The ANU crew over in lane 6, sitting in second. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 1 doing a good job. Some tough steering from the girls in the centre of the course there. So we're well into the second half of the race now. Radford College getting their blades in the water, a little bit sharper, just staying out there in the lead. We've got ANU on the far side, battling out with the two Canberra crews who are making some ground now. In this last 500, it's still the Radford College crew. Just comfortably moving ahead there in first place. It's a little battle here for second though. ANU crew out in lane 7 and the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 5. The last 250, it is the Radford College crew, got a clear lead. They'll come across the finish line first. Second place, the ANU crew over in lane 7. But the Canberra Rowing Club crew in lane 5, still on their tail, still in touch with their stern. And over the line, Radford College in first place. Second place now, a clear run from ANU over in lane 7. And a couple of lengths right behind them in lane 5 is the Canberra Rowing Club crew. And a length behind them in lane 1, also Canberra Rowing Club in 4th place. And on the course now, the women's grade C Cox to Coxless Quad Scull race 70, Division 2. We've got some Cox quads in this race. Anna Cox 4, Radford College, Hannah Sampson, Ellie McGlasses, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell and Sophia Tettendorf in lane 1. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar, Beatrix Alexander, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie McKay, Amelia McCurgy. And in lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Vivian Gilbo, Harriet Miles, Kate Allen, Emily McHugh and Grace Dimoff. In lane 6 from Canberra Grammar, Paloma Blythe, Alice Noonan, Sammy Wilson, Tilly Klein and Eloise Brown. And in lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe McLaughlin, Sophia Benuti, Annabelle Barker and Claire Sonic, coxed by Grace Dimoff. So it looks like at the moment, over in lane 1, Radford College 2, coxed by Sophia, are out in front. Looks like Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 7, coxed by Grace, sitting in second. Third place, both Canberra Grammar crews having a battle there in third. And sitting in 5th place, Canberra Girls Grammar, sitting in lane 5. The clear lead at the moment by Radford College 2 in lane 1. Second half of the race, still Radford College in lane 1 out in front, followed by Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 7. The Canberra Grammar Crews in lane 3 and 6. Still battling out for that third spot. And as we come into the last 250, coming into this crosswind, it's just getting a little stronger here at the finish line. We've got Radford College over in lane 1. Hannah, Ellie, Zoe and Josephine and Sophia. The clear lead over from lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe, Sophia, Annabelle, Claire and Grace. Still tight in the middle there with the Canberra Grammar Crews. This last 100 metres now, Radford College in lane 1 got a clear lead. They'll come across the finish line in first place. And Radford College lane 1 across the line, first place. Quite some distance, but back in second place, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7. Zoe, Sophia, Annabelle, Claire. They're going to come across in second place. Still quite close here between the Canberra Grammar Crews for third place. One coxed by Amelia in lane 6, other coxed by Eloise in lane 3. And that's Canberra Girls Grammar, lane 7 coming in second. Looks like Canberra Grammar, lane 6 is just going to take the line in third. Just one length from lane 3, also Canberra Grammar. And in fifth place, in lane 5, Canberra Girls Grammar, Vivian, Harriet, Kat, Emily and Grace. Up and away now is race 71, the final of the men's grade D and E8. over 1,000 metres, 2 crews. In lane 5, Canberra Rowing Clubs, Tom Trobe, Martin Little, Andrew Weston, Aaron Garnham, Sam Goldspring, Alva Closis, Jonathan Cooper and James Robinson, coxed by Jess Winnell. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, Christopher Ryan, Tom Farinazzo, Al Mohamed Bar, Kieran Garwood, William Hawkins, Flynn Russell and Jamie Burgard, Cash Kazakoff and Jack McDonald. 2 crews. Quite close at the moment. Very close here on the back end of the race. Looks like Canberra Grammar over in lane 7. It looks like Canberra Rowing Club in lane 5 have just got their bow ball in front. But it is pretty close. Both crews now lost the last 250, 300 metres. Both racing home, just being a little caught by the crosswind. It's going to be a battle to the line with these 2 crews. Canberra Rowing Club, Canberra Grammar. Still quite close. Looks like Canberra Grammar, maybe just a squeeze in front. But Canberra Rowing Club looking over now, racing home for the finish. This is a good battle here. This is a good race. This one's going to be hard to call. Let's see what happens. Lane 7, Canberra Grammar coming towards the line. Canberra Rowing Club, lane 5. Both crews pushing for the line. A few strokes left. Whoa. I'm going to have to go to a photo for that one. Lane 7, lane 5. Cross the line at the same time. And the winner's gone to lane 7, Canberra Grammar. Canberra Grammar take the win in that race. Close finish. Canberra Rowing Club coming across in 2nd place. Coming down now, race 72, also over 1,000 metres. The women's grade D and E8 in lane 3, Canberra Composite. In lane 5, an ANU Composite. And in lane 7, Canberra Rowing Club. It looks at the moment the ANU crew in lane 5 have got their nose in front. Pretty close though. In lane 3, Canberra Composite, coxed by Carolyn Hardman. And in 3rd place is the Canberra Rowing Club crew, coxed by Narelle Connor over in lane 7. Another close race here in the middle, ANU Composite, Canberra Composite. Coming into the last 500, back end of the race, just being caught by the wind as it crosses towards Western Park. Still quite close here. ANU Composite in lane 5. Might just have a canvas on the Canberra Composite in lane 3, coxed by Carolyn Hardman. Clear third place over in lane 7 is the Canberra Rowing Club crew, coxed by Narelle Connor. All three crews now just starting to wind for home. Still close at the front. Looks like ANU still got a canvas in front of the Canberra Composite. Just pushing out a bit further now. With the Canberra Composite also making a race for home. Some good racing here towards the end of the day. It looks like it's going to be lane 5. Although the Canberra Composite in lane 3 is still making a push, but it will be lane 5, the ANU Composite. They'll come through a good half a length in front of the Canberra Composite in lane 3. And 3 lengths behind that, over in lane 7, the Canberra Rowing Club crew, coxed by Narelle Connor, coming home in 3rd place. So just another reminder before we call the last race of the day, over at the boat park in Western Park, please collect your rubbish and items before leaving. Take them with you. Last race of the day, race 73, the final of the Masters Mixed Coxless Quad Scull. Over 1,000 metres up and running. Handicap race, got Canberra Rowing Club, Jenny Corey, Gillian College, Michael College and John Simpson in lane 1. Cecilia Young, Susan Ackhurst, Alex Lech and Daryl Needham from Black Mountain in lane 3. Leslie Hodgson, Yvonne Peels, Richard Martin and Philip Winkworth from Black Mountain in lane 4. From Shoalhaven in lane 6, Stephen Quakin, Robin Wakefield, Bradley Sewell, Sharon Farrell. And in lane 7, Capital Lakes, Jeanette Ryan, Elizabeth Ritchie, Dario Beltrami and Steve Graskoviak. So the Masters Mixed Coxless Squad, last race of the day. It is a handicap race, but it does look like Canberra Rowing Club in lane 1 got themselves a good lead. Black Mountain coming in behind them. A battle for 3rd here. The crew's on the far side, Shoalhaven. The last 250, it is the crew from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 1, just holding their lead from Black Mountain over in lane 4. A battle there for 3rd between Capital Lakes and Shoalhaven on the far side. Looks like at the moment Shoalhaven just have their bow ball in front of Capital Lakes for that 3rd place. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 1, just holding their lead. Black Mountain coming for them now. And 150 metres to go. Canberra Rowing Club trying to hold their lead in lane 1. Black Mountain in lane 4. Just winding for home now. It's going to be a close one. Followed by Shoalhaven, Capital Lakes in 4th place. To the line now, bow ball to bow ball. I think lane 1 just took the win. Behind Black Mountain. Not much in it though. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 1, Black Mountain in lane 4. And Shoalhaven in lane 6. Coming home in 3rd place. And for the last race of the day, Lane 7, Capital Lakes, coming home in 4th place. That's it, last race of the day. Thanking everyone, volunteers, coaches, athletes, parents, families coming down. Please take your rubbish with you before you leave. Any final questions, please see the staff at the rowing ACT tent. We'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you.